Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Knights of Last Call. Sorry, we did not want to get ready to RPG. I don't know why that my stream elements was not happy. Today, we are joined by a special guest, and it's a special stream. We are joined by Tundis, who is the author, designer, editor, layout artist, master extraordinaire of a in progress, I would say, nearing completion RPG called Trespasser. And Tundis is a member of the Knights of Last Call Patreon. But when he joined, did not make any notation that he was working on an RPG. It was one of our other patrons who said, "Oh my God, hey, you're the guy who created Trespasser. That's awesome." So we've been following along with Trespasser for a while, and Tundis is here today because he just released version 2, and it's new and improved, much larger and far more in depth than the last time that we took a look at it. So today we're here to talk about Trespasser. So welcome, Tundis. Tundis, why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself and your history with games and why we're doing it, what we're here doing here.
Sure. Yeah, I can talk about that. Hi, everybody. Welcome. Thank you for taking a look at this stream, maybe checking out my game later. Yeah, my name is Tobias, better known as Tundis, the creator of a game called Trespasser. I guess the story begins back in 2009 when I met my current gaming group, and we've been playing since then. But we were all, you know, we hadn't made the shift to 4E yet. We were 3.5 players, and we loved super crunchy builds. Uh, we were all like bean counting power gamer.
So you're all
types.
you were all min max
Yeah,
fucks. Got it. Yeah, I got it.
yeah, exactly. And my friends love that. They still love that. I love that too. Later on, I discovered old school gaming and old school design philosophies and wanted to kind of sneak the medicine into the ice cream. And
Okay.
so I started making, the earliest versions of Trespasser were an attempt to kind of introduce old school gaming to, a group for whom they wouldn't have a lot to grab onto. So that's kind of where the project started.
So when you were playing third edition, you said 2009. So that's like, fairly third edition was on the way out
Right.
officially. So did you guys ever switch to fourth edition or fifth edition?
Oh yeah, I got to play some of 4E later, and we just put we just finished a 3-year 5E campaign a little while ago, or on Saturday actually.
Okay.
So
Like
yeah,
finish
so
as in like level 20 finished?
no, finished like level 15, I want to say.
Okay.
Yeah, I think, I stopped looking at my character sheet after a while.
Quick 1 or 2 sentence take. What are your thoughts on D&D 5th edition?
Oh, it doesn't have a lot for me.
Okay.
There's not a lot there. Been playing it a long time. It's been great for bringing new people into the hobby. 5e just if you come from a place of playing 3.5 for a
Right.
long time.
It does not have the depth of complexity, right? Which is a good thing depending on your viewpoint, or a bad thing depending on your viewpoint. Okay. So, you started to incorporate, so during this time of third edition, you were GMing or you were playing. Where did you start to sort of want some of these, crunchier
Little
elements?
column A, little column B.
Okay.
But yeah, and I actually just want to get out of the way something right here. I have a little prepared statement for tonight that I completely forgot about until just now.
Okay.
But your audience is incredibly cool. They're cool and savvy and intelligent. They're one of the best communities that I have found on the internet for talking about games. So I don't think this is going to happen. But Trespasser has a curse over it. It has a power to it. And when people find out about this game, some people like to come out of the woodwork and they like to say, listen, 4E is fundamentally incompatible with old school gaming. Crunchy tactical combat as sport does not work with combat as war.
Right.
With combat as a fail state. Those things are totally incompatible. Your game's terrible. You're terrible. Crawl back into the darkness from which you spawned. And to those people, I just want to say, congratulations. You have arrived at the point. You've arrived at the conventional wisdom that I'm trying to challenge. You've arrived at the point of the whole experiment. And yes, yeah.
So I and from your time here at Knights of the Last Call Patreon, right? This whole idea of combat as sport, combat as war, and I myself, I played a lot of 4th edition, and I was always kind of stuck in a certain place. And I remember, for me, one of the greatest examples of this was 4th edition. It was page 42, which I always thought was really clever in the DMG. I don't know if they did that on purpose. I like to think that they did. But page 42, right, the answer to life, the universe, and everything from Hitchhiker's Guide. Page 42 had this sort of like master GM table that had like DCs by level and damage expressions for impromptu events. The classic, I'm going to kick the burning brazier of coals down onto the enemy. And if you took a look at it, you realize is that these damage expressions were lower in damage than what the players could do with just their powers. And I remember going to a game designer at Gen Con, and I asked him about this, and they said, well, we don't want someone just, kicking over a torch or knocking down a chandelier to outshine someone's cool level, 17 encounter power or daily power. And fundamentally, I understood that, but it meant that from a car op min max perspective, the best thing for you to do was to sort of ignore the environment and to focus on your character's feats and powers and, dive into that end. And so that is where my sort of, and I don't know that I have a particularly hard take either way. Is 4th edition incompatible with, OSR principles? And certainly, Aaron Smith, also, member of this channel, he has done several 4th edition homebrews where he definitely included more, sort of old school mechanics, but they typically stopped once the initiative die was rolled, right? And I think there's a fundamental shift, not shift, but a fundamental misunderstanding that a lot of people experience, which is I know a lot of people who go, oh, and they have no problem playing. Oh, hold on a second, we got a tip coming in. It's $10. Thank you, Lollipop.
Lollipop Candy tip $10. I support this experiment.
Lollipop Candy supports this experiment, and that's what we're here to do. We're here to dabble into design. But I know a lot of people, and what they'll say, they say this with Pathfinder 2, and they say this with other games. They go, yeah, like I love just making stuff up and going with a thing and going with my gut instinct, and I'll make GM rulings up all the time, and I'll just go like this. But when we're in combat, we're playing by the rules as written, right? There's kind of this idea that like there is this context switch that happens when you go into combat. So in some ways, I think that a lot of people are playing like that. They're just playing it more from like a sort of a role-playing narrative aspect and then switching into like tactical miniature combat mode, as opposed to thinking about it like from an old school perspective. So why is this your experiment? What is it that you're hoping to prove here?
Oh, well, you talk about, I mentioned combat as war. I mentioned combat as a fail state, right? This idea that you want to take all the steps that you possibly can to avoid getting into a fight.
Right.
And, I don't think that when you're playing 5e or when you're playing 4e, you're going around looking for every fight, trying to do them. I think you're basically operating under that same calculus. Or worse, you're following like some, an adventure path or a plan that the GM has, and you're kind of unquestioningly accepting the fights that come your way. The expectation is I'm good, right? So, that dynamic isn't supposed to exist in Trespasser.
Well, it's interesting that you say that, because I think that, and again, I think people, put the cart before the horse. The whole idea of combat as war evolves out of this idea that fundamentally your character sucks, right? And that you can't win a fair fight, or that the odds are relatively stacked against you, or so stacked against you that, even if they're in your favor, you're like, I don't want to take a 70% or a 30%, 30% chance of my life. If you told me, oh, you're 80% likely to survive this encounter, I'm like, I don't want to fight that fight, right? Those are terrible odds. So I'm going to try to figure out a way to avoid that combat. And it's certainly the case that in quote unquote old school D&D, where you died at 0 and, I know there were some optional rules that people had, whatever, but you died at 0. You had very little protections. There was not much in the form of plot armor, and hit points were low. So any combat really could potentially be the death of your character. So there was a definite incentive to avoid that. My experience has been is that when you give people a bunch of hammers, especially when they're really cool hammers like Mighty Deeds, people want to use those hammers, right? They want to engage with the combat because that's how they get to, flex their cool character abilities and powers.
Yeah, I mean, I guess so. Like, all I can say is that I made this game, largely for my table.
Yeah.
And, we love crunchy combat and we love thinking about it and the experience of playing through it. But also, we kind of try to avoid it at every turn when possible.
Interesting.
Because we're usually kind of, heroes. We're trying to find a peaceful solution to the problem.
Right.
We're trying to make allies. We love, creating our like stable of beloved NPCs that we're friends with. And
so does this mean that you do you see combat from a trespass perspective as being sort of, larger stakes? I don't want to say set pieces, but are they sort of bigger moments?
I mean, I think when combat happens, it should be, dangerous.
Got
right?
it.
Yeah, I think Beowulf was talking about this earlier in the chat, right? Yeah, screw balance or whatever.
Right.
Like, when a fight happens, if you play your cards wrong, it should be like, it should come at a great cost.
Right.
And unfortunately, the lever of control you have as a DM in D&D 4e or D&D 5e isn't that great because the options are I pull the lever and everybody dies,
right,
or I don't pull the lever and they stomp the fight. I wanted to create a gradation of possible conclusions that could happen from a battle. Like this thing's a little higher level than us. I don't know if we can take it, but let's try. And then, oops, things went bad. Somebody got hurt. Somebody got an injury. We can run away. We can carry them off, but we paid a price for our curiosity. I wanted to, I don't know. There's so many elements of D&D that are binary that I wanted to turn more into shades of possibility.
Absolutely. Yeah. And I know in your intro, and we can get into this, but like, you talk about in your GM bar, this idea of exploring, kind of situations, not plots, basically, and the idea of exploring a space. And I think the one reason why that has become what you just described has become less popular is right because when the GM says, "This is my story that I either made or I bought," and the PCs have to do this, and they have to do this, and they have to do this. If you have a game system that comes in and says, "Well, everybody just got fucked up real bad, and they're gonna have to leave the cult of the Snake People." And we're so messed up, we're going to have to go back to our haven and we're going to have to spend several weeks recovering. And then realistically, by the time they come back, I don't know, the prince is dead, has been raised as a serpentine monstrosity. And maybe the nearby village has been converted into cult snake people. And that runs at odds, right, with this sort of modern day, authorial experience of experiencing the story.
Right. Yeah. And I mean, we haven't really talked about the basics yet,
right,
of the game, but essentially, right, it's four different but related interlocking games, right? It's four unified procedures that you can run that are organized from narrowest to widest. The narrowest being combat, wherein rounds are tracked in increments of 10 seconds, and the widest being time at the Haven, which is your home base. It's your big money sink. It's where you get your hirelings and start crafting and producing things, and in which time is tracked in weeks.
Right.
And then between that, there are the dungeon and the travel frames. And play is supposed to naturally flow between these four different frames. So there's a structure imposed on all elements of play, I guess.
Yeah, so you would say that each of those elements of play sort of has its own procedure, with the combat obviously having the most probably granular in that respect, although it's not like the other stuff doesn't have a lot of things. In fact, one thing, which I'm sure people will probably have issue with, which I love, because are you familiar with Northern Reaches at all from our mega game for Pathfinder 2 from the channel?
Only secondhand.
All right,
a little bit about it.
All right, we got a tip coming in from Dr. Metropolis. Sorry, we gotta let the tipper speak.
Metropolis tipped $5. I'm somewhere in the middle. I like the gritty, pulp action world of Hyboria, but I also think it's neat when players simply avoid combat by poisoning the orcs' food supply. Hard to find that right middle ground, so best of luck getting there with your D.
Well, I think Dr. Metropolis is right. He was saying I love like the pulp action of Hyporion, coming in, swinging, two-fisted, brawn and sword and cutting through foes, but also poisoning the well and just watching from a distance as they all die. Fundamentally, I think a lot of role-playing game players really like both. Sometimes you want to just be all super clever, and sometimes you go, you know what, I want to roll dice and I want to kick ass and I want to take names. But thank you, Dr. Metropolis. But what I was saying is that in Pathfinder 2, you get 3 actions, right, per combat round. Well, when we had our mega campaign, you got 3 campaign actions per campaign turn, right, to kind of keep that similarity, that sort of pace of play. And I know that in your dungeon procedure, you only get 3 dungeon actions, right, per dungeon turn. So that it's very like Shades of Torchbearer to me, right? Where it's like you're limited in how much you can do in a specific turn. Makes you think. It makes you have to strategize a little bit more.
Right. Yeah. I like people often say like I don't like the nitty-gritty inventory tracky crunchy parts of the OSR. I don't like thinking about how much space I have in my inventory for a torch and how much space I have for food and treasure. That doesn't create interesting play for me. And it's like, well, the reason it doesn't create interesting play in my mind is because usually the scaffolding is not there to support it. An inventory system exists, but those inventory items aren't being tested and strained in the way that they should be.
Correct. Yeah. Again, we could go off on a whole tangent here, but fundamentally, the reason why inventory used to be exciting was because you actually needed your gear and your stuff to live, to make it. But there was also this sort of counter purpose, which is you needed treasure to get experience points. And so there was this kind of like, real legitimate survival question, but also the desperate need to fill your packs up with gold and treasure. Nowadays, we always talk about this, like, create water, went from being a, actual spell. Like you're like, that's my 1 spell per day is create water. Create light used to be a level 1 spell. So like a low level wizard, if they took light, it meant that they weren't casting anything else the rest of the day. Nowadays, it's a cantrip. And, so there, it does put this kind of, you're not going to worry about torches and water when everybody can just, snap their fingers and make infinite of both.
Yeah. But theoretically, I definitely believe in a world where it's possible.
Okay.
That, you have a pack with this much treasure, with this much food and this many torches, and you get there and you find the treasure and there's too much and you have to decide, okay, how much of this food am I going to ditch? Like I think that can be an interesting problem if everything is structured around it.
You're gonna enjoy our Torchbearer game. If you watch the character creations, and we have a new video going up. I don't know if we recorded that last part, but people were changing their inventory out. Like they're like, oh, I don't know how much wine to carry. They're like, do I really need to carry a weapon in the dungeon? Can I just carry a jug of wine? And it's like this, this completely absurd statement. But like for these players, they're really, really interested in there. So I think that's really interesting. Okay, so I'm gonna bring up the PDF here.
Great.
So. Lovely layout, lovely art, very moody. Love it.
This cover art is by Aaron Lawrence, who is a wonderful artist I connected with, who is based in New Zealand, I believe, and very elusive. But as soon as I saw his art pop up somewhere, maybe on like Reddit, OSR or something, but I saw, oh, this is a really cool kind of painterly, almost tarot card kind of style that I wanted to be.
It gives me, I mean, obviously it's in color, and so it's very different, but it gives me like kind of shades of like Paladin in Hell, the classic drawing from the first edition AD&D, this lone trespasser, right? And there's these hordes of undead and demons and stuff like that crumbling around them. Very cool stuff.
Yeah, I think it tells you what you're going to be doing in the game.
Yeah.
Probably,
now,
what I wanted to do. Real
quick, this is a game where you do get these, I don't want to call them superpowers because that's probably overselling it. But, this is not, what can you do? Swing your sword until you're, blood and guts. Like you have these deeds that let you do these kind of more interesting attacks. You're accumulating a meta resource called focus to perform these deeds. But would you say that the tone of the game is like grimdark or sword and sorcery, or do you think it's lighter than that?
Um, tone has been a really interesting problem in the
Okay.
course of designing it, right? Because the tone couldn't be more different between the two major source materials.
Right.
And the first two things that I looked at for this game were 4E, of course, and Dungeon Crawl Classics, which has a whimsical and weird, bizarre, version of sword and sorcery fantasy, I guess.
Correct.
Yeah. Yeah, with a whole lot of comical death and peasants stabbing a pitchfork into a skeleton's rib
Right.
cage and stuff like that.
And what?
So at first the first version of Trespasser was written with kind of this like sadistic authorial voice, and now there's only vestiges of it. I've kind of swept that out of a lot of the text.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm happy for that, because one of the things that I don't like about the OSR, and I know I'm a fan of this work. I haven't, obviously I've not played it, but I've had a chance to read through it and pick through it. And even, me and Vin spent like 3 or 4 hours that one night, just like kind of chatting about it in the Discord. But we'll get to it. But like, one of the things I do not like is this OSR obsession with like, the huddled masses being thrown into the grinder, the Zergling based approach, the so-called funnel. And I know that is in this game. It's described as optional by the rules of the game, so it's not like you have.
But highly recommended.
But highly recommended.
Yes.
But I will 1,000% tell you right now, if I ran a Trespasser game, everyone's starting at level 2 with the calling. So,
well,
we're getting straight to focus.
Well, let me. I've been defending this project for a long time.
Yeah.
And here's my defense of this of the first day in particular, which is always a divisive thing, the idea of a funnel session. What does it do? Here's what it does really well. Number one, throwing everybody into a dangerous dungeon that they have to escape from, or instantly puts them in the appropriate state of mind for challenge-based play. It gets them in a problem-solving state of mind. Number two is, in challenge-based play, there are harsh consequences to your failures, and that can be daunting, especially for new players who are new to this like gaming style. So having several characters lined up creates that room for mistakes. It lets accidents happen in what can be fun and memorable ways. Number three is that this creates a shared backstory for the characters that they, from the get-go, they have something they can point to that is like, this is the reason we're an adventuring party and traveling together. And you remember when you did that in the first day, my character was really admired that thing that your character did. So it creates that in the moment, not from some backstory that exists outside the game, that isn't part of it, that is unmoored from the fiction of the game. And the fourth thing it does, and this is the most important thing that the first day does, is it sets an agenda to learn who your character is in the course of playing, and not from a backstory that you wrote already. Yeah.
now there's parts of that I completely agree with, obviously, right? And I'm a big fan of sort of collaboratively as a group sitting down, and there's some play aids that I like that help people build those backstories together. My problem with the funnel based approach, by the way, for people who don't know what a funnel is this idea that you basically create 3 or 4 or 5 really low level, something 0th level or not like the normal characters of the game. These are just kind of like peasants or whatever, and they're put into a really difficult and tough session. And then the idea is that only one of your PCs survives, and then that becomes your character and kind of promotes to a full character.
A couple of them can survive, but among the survivors, you choose one to be your main perspective.
I have like 5 problems with it, which is like, like one of my problems is like, okay, so like, what if all my little stupid peasants die, right? So that's like problem number 1, right? Second problem I have is you just talked about like this awesome experience.
And you choose one of your friends who survived.
Okay. Second problem I have is that that play experience is very fundamentally different than what the actual game is like. And so there's kind of this element there of like people's first experience with the game is not at all like what the rest of the game will be. You're managing 3 or 4 characters. You don't have any abilities. You're just being like, well, I'm running around. What'd you come into the dungeon with? A raccoon hat, you know, like that's the only gear I have. And now I'm trying to figure out how to solve every problem with a whatever it's called, Daniel Boone hat or something like that. Which is fine, which is, like you said, it's that kind of like grimdark, peasant got stabbed, funny. But then you suddenly shift the tone of the game into like, hey, you're a competent adventurer. Third, you go from being this peasant in the grindstone to like a full functioned, knight of flame. How the fuck did that happen? Fourth, that's all great. You build all these cool, relationships. What if my real character, what if he dies like in session 3 or 4? Well, now my new character's coming in. They're not going to go through a funnel. It's not like everybody else is going to make a new character. So now what? I'm just the weird outsider for all the rest of time?
No, you have a haven, right? You have been attracting all these interesting and eclectic people who have been settling in your home base and helping you, who share the same goals you do, and you elect one of them to be your next character. That's what you're supposed to do. At least in Trespasser, tries to account for that.
Which is awesome, but still not a funnel, right? So,
right.
And so I think that's where, for me personally, I think it just kind of sets this. It leans for me into the worst tropes of the OSR, which is that like Tomb of Horrors style of OSR, of like, ha 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 ha, you're dead. Like the trap was very obviously a pit trap, so you guys jumped over the pit trap, but it turns out that pit trap was an illusion, and the real pit trap was on the other side of the pit trap, and then you fell from,
First of all, we talked about tone, right? And this version doesn't have that haha,
right, which
look
is good.
At the peasants die kind of humor. This, in this case, the first day, right, is not a meat grinder. It's supposed to be more poignant than that. This represents taking the first steps off of a path, a preordained path, a life of squalor and oppression that, that you dispense with when you become an adventurer. And the first day is kind of, it's not meant to be a big joke, even though it ends up being very fun, because everybody I run a first day with has a ton of fun. It's just an inherently super fun thing to do, but it's also meant to be poignant, and it's meant to set the stage, right? And if you have problems of tone setting, that's going to matter more for your DMing than from the fact that you're running a funnel. I think you can definitely run a funnel in a way that is sincere, that is scary, that is survival horror-y, that gets people ready for whatever you're trying to do with your campaign setting.
My experience with funnels has not been that. My experience has been more leaning into like nobody takes themselves seriously, nobody gets attached to their characters, nobody really cares, because it's just sort of this, we who are about to die salute you. And, I'm a big advocate of drive it like you stole it. But like these people are like driving it like there's a bomb on it and it's going to go off in an hour regardless of whether you crash or not. So fuck it, YOLO. Or as they say from Trevor's son, fuck it, we ball is what we say now. But so anyways, okay, so we could talk about this for like the next an hour. But we've got 13 chapters in the core book. It's a long book. So there's a link for it in the description below. I think it's itch.io/Tundis. Is that right?
Tundis.itch.io/trespass.
There you go, /treasure. It's in the link below, in the doobly-doo. You can go check it out. I highly, highly, highly recommend that if you're interested in this, that you throw in a couple of bucks. If you're going to play it, I suggest you throw in more. Don't be a cheapskate. Yes, you can get it for free technically, but come on. This is not how we do this. All right. You're going to go pay. You're going to go give Wizards of the Coast or Paizo $75, and you're not going to give an independent creator, $5 or $10. Come on. Have some class.
The game is free for a reason.
You can't say that. Okay. I get why you can't say that, but I can. Okay. And I'm saying it. So I'm saying, don't be a cheap fuck.
In some ways, this is a capitalist revenge fantasy. And in that sense, it would be a little undermining of the point if I sold it to people. So yeah.
Don't be a trespasser, right? Be a supporter.
No, be a trespasser. Don't be an overlord.
All right.
The message of the game.
All right, fair enough. So we've got 13 chapters. We've got the basic rules, which cover 50. By the way, just as an aside, again, I could gush. Anyone who's watched this channel for a while time know that I absolutely love the layout of this book. It just, everybody else, all these independent creators are just paying so much more attention to how these games are being played, and it shows up. which is let's first talk about what is this game about? What is your role? What's the GM's role, called the judge in this game? It's so important, right? Clearly outline the stakes. This is what this game's about. This is what this game is not about. And don't get it twisted. Then here's how you play the game. Here are the basic rules before you start picking a class. Oh, we got a tip from Trev. From Trevor.
Trevco tipped
thanks,
$5. Fuck it, we ball indeed.
Trevco said, "Fuck it, we ball." Indeed, Trevco's son Noah is who coined the term "fuck it, we ball" when we were playing Shadow Dark at Origins last year. Because he was basically playing his character like it was a funnel, and rightfully so. It was just a one shot at a convention. But anyways,
right, and it's Shadow Dark, right?
Like, well, not to mention that I played Derek's Shadow Dark, so it was even a little bit more bizarre and crazy than the normal Shadow Dark.
I want to hear about that.
Kelsey only gave me approval. So like, and when I told her the story, she was like, "This is excellent. This is what I want to do." So real quick, we have an introduction, then we talk about the basic rules, then we talk about combat, then we talk about exploration. So these are those procedural pillars of play that Tundis was talking about, right? We've got sort of the basic overarching rules, the combat, the exploration.
Yeah, and we save the Haven frame, which is the largest frame, for after the character stuff.
Okay. Because that's probably one of the more like sort of like in between the players and the GM kind of space, right? It's that sort of downtime. It's that definite like.
Well, you're definitely not getting into it on session 1.
Fair enough.
Probably session 2 you'll get into it because you get the Haven right out of the gate. You don't wait to build a stronghold in this game.
Okay.
Your Haven starts as kind of like this, base camp, this like a little safe refuge. But in time, it grows to be like a prosperous settlement.
We can get into details about that, but the long and the short of it is that is very smart. And again, I don't know if we'll get to chapter 9, but players love having something to invest in as a group. It ties them together in a way that you won't ever believe. And even if your character dies, but the thing that you've invested in grows on and lives on. And like Tundis was talking about, you've been playing for a while, your character dies, and you're like, hey, can I make Captain Cord from the Haven as a character and be like, I'm going to take up the arms and armor of so-and-so and take his place? And it's like, yes, that's awesome. Because now you're bigger than the character, right? You are tied to this world in a real way. And even if your character dies, it's sort of like their legacy, right, lives on. And I think that, and being able to do that from the start, so many of these games put this now at the end. And that's just such a mistake.
And then even when it's at the end, it's not actionable.
Right.
Like, this isn't the time to talk about Strongholds.
Right.
But the Haven is also my solution to my big problem with all Stronghold level play, which is that, okay, so I can pay 75,000 gold pieces to build a molten Bailey in my keep, and it doesn't do anything.
Right.
Like I never think about it again. Like, it's not actionable at all. In this case, the Haven is useful. It is a money sink that does stuff. It produces items for you on the regular. It it upgrades your weapons. The Haven has a lot to it, but
no, that's great stuff. I mean, you said you played a lot of 3rd edition. Did you ever play?
And it's a member of the party. The Haven has its own character sheet that is shared by everybody. It has stats.
Yes.
When the Haven does something, the Haven gets to make a roll for it.
Yep. And I really first experienced this with Blaze in the Dark and the crew sheet, right? And Scum and Villainy and the ship sheet. And then recently in 2024, right? There you go. And recently in 2024, we played Forbidden Lands, and we very quickly, right, grokked into having a stronghold and getting the group sort of, and they took this small ferry crossing and they basically said, hey, we're going to turn this into our stronghold. And they started building, a palisade wall and a guard tower. And it became kind of the focus of the whole campaign. And like, just being able to invest in that was awesome. In fact, people would be like, oh, what did you do in your Forbidden Lands game? It's like, oh, well, there was this one really dramatic session where we had to go and harvest lumber. But then we pissed off a treant and he killed some of our workers. And then we were like, shit, what are we going to do for lumber supplies? And then we remembered the old broken down mill that we found while venturing. So we went there and started decommissioning it to get lumber resources. And you're like, that sounds horrible. But for my group, they were like, that was awesome. Like, we love base building, right? Like,
Right.
So,
And yeah, I mean, the big failure is that unless you have events that keep it tied to the world, that keep it tied to the campaign and relevant, nothing's going to happen with your haven. It's a place of safety, so all the adventure happens outside of it, which is why your stronghold should always have, yeah, there should always be something ongoing, and there always is.
and as if to make a great point about that, not to gush too much about this, but you could see that. So callings and crafts are the kind of classes in this game. But you kind of like if calling is what you do, craft is how you do it. Is how I would describe it. Is that a good way to?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, your calling is like the path you choose,
Right.
and then the crafts are like your skill set.
Right. And again, it kind of has shades of Strike, right? How Strike kind of divorced the role from the class, right? So like you could have Necromancer Warrior, you could have Necromancer Controller, you could have Necromancer Striker. So there's this idea that, you could be an Earth Thief.
Oh, and this actually reminds me of something that came up in the stream with Vin, the Draw Steel stream.
Okay.
And I think you're talking about like Colville's rule or his max. If you want to do the thing, do it.
Yeah. Luke Crane. That's Luke Crane.
Oh, that's Luke Crane. Right. I have a maxim too, which is call things what they are. Hit points are hit points in this game because everybody knows what hit points are, right? Signposting is so important. We have this lexicon, this terminology that has been built up after 5 decades of playing the same game over and over again. We might as well use it. It's useful for telegraphing. The reason callings are not called class, though, is because callings break certain fundamental rules about what a class is in tabletop RPGs. That's what I think the excuse is for using a different term for your thing, is when it is defying the expectation. You don't get your calling at first level in this game. So calling it a class would, I think, do more harm than good. It would mislead people.
Yes. Although again, I would start at level 2. But as if to highlight this, and again, I love that it's not just something here. Okay, check this out. You've got 15 pages of basic rules. You've got a good 24 pages of combat rules. Okay. Exploration is 13 or 14 pages. It's almost as long as the basic rules themselves. Havens go from page 172 to 218. So you're talking about almost 50 pages for the Haven rules. So this is not just some tacked on thing at the end. Oh, here's like a random list of, like you said, Moat and Bailey, and there's no mechanics tied to it. And, maybe, I don't know, buy something for funsies, lols, ha ha ha, run it, So again, I think that you have definitely taken the right approach to that. We could get into it, but let's get into the actual game. So
sure.
Again, more of this very moody black and white art. I'm a big fan of it.
Yeah, all this art, anything that's not by Aaron Lawrence, he only has a few works in it at the moment, but anything else is public domain. I just found these by like looking around different public domain databases, and I doctored them a little bit, edited them in some way to suit the theme and everything.
Very good for the theme.
I care a lot about presentation.
Right. And so here is sort of our introduction of the game. It's a role-playing game about common folk becoming adventurers amid the ruins of their fallen land. So right out the gate, there's this idea. Torchbearer uses the same kind of premise, right? Which is you kind of have to earn the right to be called a hero, right? To be somebody important. You kind of are starting from very humble or meager beginnings. You're not necessarily just a superhero right out the gate. Maybe you could become the big mover and shaker, but you're not that from the beginning. And as if that wasn't clear enough, it is designed for player-driven, sandbox-style campaigns and order is always important here, people, base building, survival, dungeon crawling, and most of all, perilous tactical combat. Now, I'm not going to lie, Ton. This is your Mark Rosewater, 30% of your people are going to give this a 10 out of 10. 70% of your people are going to give this a 0 out of 10, right? This is the split, because this paragraph or this sentence is going to be so appealing to some people and like anathema to a good chunk of people as well. I think that this game is being very direct. Like you said, you made it for your table, which is the best way to make a game, because you're not trying to solve everyone's problem. You're trying to solve your problem. And if you are also in that similar mindset, then great. If you're not, there's plenty of other games to go play, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is an opinionated game, right?
Yeah.
It's not trying to replace D&D
Right.
or anything or be your everything game. This game wants you to have a very specific experience, which isn't to say it's not modular, right? You can remove a lot of elements of this game and by design run it like you would 4E or some other game if you want to. But yeah, as designed, everything locks together to make that
right
sentence.
which is a common trope of some of the great game mechanics that I great games that I love. The burning wheel games, the torchbearer games, the mouse guard games are all a series of subsystems, but they are all gears that intermesh and sort of turn the wheels in other ones. Like you said, you could throw out exploration and just have tactical combat after tactical combat after tactical combat, but the whole interaction of endurance and how that gets worn down in the dungeon exploration phases and the camping phases and using your rituals, which is also eating at your endurance. So there's this fun interconnection there, because one of the big problems I have is when you have a tactical combat game, Pathfinder 2, and it doesn't seem to interface with the other elements of the game. It's like the resources start and end at the fight, and there's no carryover outside of it.
It's almost not even in the fiction.
Right.
It's like we're doing this fight because the game has the expectation for us as players, but my character wouldn't be here, but that doesn't matter because we don't retreat from battles. We just do the battle.
Right.
Because it's here. Yeah. And I don't love that.
Right. But and I'm being completely honest here, right? A lot of the games that go this route, there was a certain brilliance, okay, to what, Gary Gygax did with hit points, which is hit points matter, except they don't matter at all, right? Which is they don't matter until they're at 0. Up until that point, your character is operating at 100% efficiency. And I've seen a lot of games, and I know your game has an injury system, so we can get to this, but where they go like, I want combat to matter. I don't want it to just be hit points. And so you end up entering into these really tough death spirals, right? Where you get hurt and now you're just that much more likely to get hurt, which means you're even more likely to get hurt. And it's just this kind of ever, perpetuating downturn.
Yeah, which is why in Trespasser the injury system is secretly a power-up system.
Right,
but we'll get to that.
Get to, yes, I did see that, which is great. It's very very 7th Sea of you, right? I don't know if you're familiar with the spiral, the death spiral in 7th Sea. But all right, so Trespasser is designed with modern mechanics and centered around a tactical combat system, but it also encourages an old school play. And you can hear the haters saying, no, it's not possible. This is done in part by letting procedures govern parts of the game like travel, exploration, and downtime, with a central focus on time and resources as limiting factors for what the party can accomplish. So let's stop there. Mm-hmm. There is this idea. So let's talk about proceduralism. And to you, is that what defines old school style of play? Is it the proceduralism?
I mean, that's the part that interested me the most. There's this other.
Well, so why? So why?
The high lethality interested me at first,
okay,
and I gradually, stopped liking it as much. But what interests me about the procedures is that, I've mostly played more contemporary iterations of D&D,
mm-hmm.
and in those you hand wave almost everything. And I thought it's really kind of working against its own interest. If it wants to be this game where people tell incredible stories, where they have these emergent role-playing, these narratives that emerge naturally in the course of play, then structure should exist for it. Structure actually enables that to happen. It doesn't detract from it, which I think is a misconception.
No, I think that's well said. So
and people, right, like,
well,
we talked about this a little bit before the chat, but I mentioned 4E, and now everybody says 4E does the combat really well, but it did everything else so poorly. And the combat is the highly procedural part of 4E. If you like Dungeons and Dragons 4th edition, you like procedural gameplay.
Right.
You just don't expect it to exist in arenas outside of battle.
Well, to my take, you know, again, this is the thing I like about procedures is it removes my bias. It creates, it's like, to me, it's like a story generating engine, right? It's going to, this churn, this of the procedure is going to lead to, if done correctly, if the procedure is a good procedure, right, is going to lead to tension. It's going to lead to unexpected outcomes. It's going to lead to these interesting moments, dangerous moments potentially that we never thought that we would get into. And I can, you know, I'm not trying to like hype up per se random encounters, but like some of the coolest things that have ever happened in my gaming career kind of happened, you know, accidentally, right? Or like because of a random roll. And I am not so conceited, nor am I even remotely talented to assume that I could actually create something that is going to be entertaining, right? Like it's the hell, that's not what we're here for. We're here for this sort of emergent, nascent birth of something that no one's ever seen before. So
Yeah, and I mean, I talk about this later, right? But I fundamentally, this is core to my design philosophy, is the I don't view TTRPGs as stories that are told through game mechanics. I view them as games from which a story kind of emerges.
Right.
And if you come to the table with your 10-page backstory, you know, if you view the game as a story to be told or a character arc to be fulfilled, right? You are taking an overly authorial stance that will get you further from genuine role playing, not closer to it. Yeah.
So that's a hot take. I mean, obviously,
Yeah.
obviously, it's something that I feel pretty heavily about, right? You know, I always rant about, you know, backstories and stuff like that, like like, you know, and to your point, right? Like, hey, my character does have a backstory. We were all here for it, right? Like during the first day, right? Or you know, or during a collaborative sort of building at Enterprise. It's easy to just write something down, but. We've talked about the first day, so I'm not going to go into it too much more. But again, this is for the first session only. Everyone generates 4 random characters, and at the end, you pick one of the survivors to become your character. Now for all of his, you know, oh, you need to do this. The first day is an optional but highly recommended way to start the campaign, so it is optional.
People say that you shouldn't kind of like waffle in your design, pick one right way of doing it, you know, tell it, and I disagree because with something like the first day, it's not for everybody. And yeah. And you know, the more I talked about it with people in your community, other communities, the more I realized like, yeah, maybe it's just fun the first time for a group and they don't want to do it again and again and again. So it should be detachable. And ultimately it might be detached from the core rules in general. Like it might live in a separate like side document as a way to play. But yeah.
Yes, I could see that. I could see that. And so we talk about the campaign, about the founding of the Haven, which again is like your strong, not your stronghold, but your I mean, yeah, it's like your home away from home, right? It's a haven, and then eventually creates a stronghold, right? Like when you really begin building it up. So we talk about the themes, the frames of play, which we've talked about, right? Combat, dungeon, travel. So Beowulf had asked a question. In the dungeon frame, time is tracked by rounds that represent about 30 minutes. During each round, the party takes 3 actions collectively, like exploring a room, picking a lock, or disarming a trap. Ben says, I think this is totally dependent upon the game in question. Games like Legend of the Five Rings are greatly diminished without a detailed backstory. I do agree with that to a certain extent, Ben. Because of the nature of those campaigns. And I do agree with that. But I think, your sort of dungeon crawling, scoundrelly adventurers, I think coming in with too much, especially.
But even then, right, you don't want your L5R samurai to be. Oh, sorry, you cut out, Derek.
Oh, okay. Am I back?
Oh, sorry. No, you're good.
Okay.
Yeah, but you don't want your L5R character to be solved from the get-go. I guess that's what I should say. Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't want to know everything they do in every situation, because one of the great like miracles of this I guess game, this style of thing is that your characters can surprise you. Right? When your characters make a decision that you didn't think they were going to make, that's one of the coolest parts of
Right.
of role playing to me.
Whereas I fundamentally don't actually agree with that, but there's a lot of people in the chat, I'm sure, in the Night's Last Call. We've gotten into these debates for a long time, Tundlis.
But in that case, there's better people to have it with than me.
Yeah,
sure.
Solana's like, oh no. So she said you said the trigger word. Yes, I fundamentally believe that it is impossible to surprise yourself. And since you are your character, that this is one of the reasons why I really enjoy Lollipop says, what is a game? But we're not going to go down this road. That could be a whole other thing. We'll have to have time to list back. But anyways, dungeon frame is for the dungeon exploration. Travel frame, and again, this tone of everybody gets to take 3 actions as a collective group per day. And there's this camping procedure, hunting procedure, cooking procedure, lifting the spirits of your campaign. Very good. For our companions, very good. And then the haven is a week. So this is not, a simple hop into town, hop back out. Like you're there for a long period of time, which leads to the whole base building, getting to interact with people. I'm curious.
We have to get to endurance, which unifies all of these things together. Right. But the only way you can recover all your resources is to spend a week. So it comes at a big cost, right? Especially if you have clocks going.
Right. Yes. Beowulf says, Tundlis is 100% correct that characters can surprise you, and that is the coolest part of role-playing. I disagree fundamentally.
This is why Beowulf is my favorite person.
And Ben says, we should have expected such heresy from a 4E player. All right. As you can see, by the way, if you weren't already familiar, these are all my patrons who are all sitting here shitting on me because none of them agree with me. So, but Knights of Last Call is anything but an echo chamber. So real quick, I do love this. You outline the player's role, learn the game. It's like the number one thing. Well, actually, let me actually take a stop here. There's a whole thing here about, who your character is and what you're creating. And then ultimately it says this: above all, you must say yes to the premise of the game. We were talking, I think maybe we were talking about Torchbearer or something like that, or we talked about dungeon design. And Beowulf said, like, what if I don't want to go into a dungeon? And it's like, well, then don't play in this campaign that is a mega dungeon campaign, right? Like it's not if I'm making a mega dungeon campaign and that's how I've sold it to you, like, your job is to say yes to the premise of the campaign. You're not, you're supposed to be exploring the world and confronting it for its darkness, even if it's, for a higher cause or for just to get rich and wealthy or whatever. But you fundamentally have to buy into that concept. And those are strong words, right? This is not about whatever you want. We'll make it happen, but learn the game, ask questions, listen for details, role play, be creative and dynamic, choose your fights carefully, work together. So these are just great. None of this is even the mechanics of the game. These are just great time-tested principles, and I love that you put them in here. As if to up yourself, you do even better job with the judge guidance, which is you aren't a storyteller. You are not an author. You're just one part of a collaborative system that involves the players and the rules. Above all, you are a steward of your players' will. That's a great line. And it's this idea, right, that, you are, you're not there to enact your will. You are, like you said, you are there to react and challenge and, confront the player's goals and the player's desires and the player's actions or lack of actions, right? And I think that's really great. So offer challenge, not story. What a great line.
I just needed to find a different way to say situations, not plots.
Right, situations. Well, no, but situations, not plots is a great piece of advice, but I think that this might be better.
Yeah. Because situation doesnesn't imply challenge. Challenge is really what I'm trying to do here. I'm trying to create a challenge-based experience.
Well, and that's the thing, and again, I get crapped on again, mostly by my patrons for this, but like one of the things that I do, and I'm not, this isn't exactly the same thing, but it's like one of the reasons why I'm in a campaign when I'm running a game, I tend to do hard framing a lot of times. Like I'll move the action along because like my job here is to challenge you, right? Like this is one of the fundamental reasons why I don't like the so-called gaming session where the GM is just twiddling their thumbs and the players are just, role playing in town and talking to each other about, their favorite, style of art and how good the soup is. Like, and I get that some people like that, but I feel my job is to challenge you. This doesn't necessarily mean with a goblin who wants to kill you. It could be challenging your beliefs. It could be challenging who you trust. It could be challenging what you assumed was true about the world. But either way, I feel my job is to offer the players challenge, and it's the way that you interact with that challenge that creates the story. And you just illustrate this here very nicely. Inform your players.
Thank you.
Yeah.
The inform your players is a big one for me.
Yeah. Let's talk about it.
And when we talk about Spark.
Oh, now I lost you.
Uh-oh.
Okay, you're back. Okay, try it again.
Cool. Yeah.
We talk about inform your players.
Oh yeah, when we talk about informing your players, right? Or when we talk, I totally lost my train of thought. But yeah, this is important. When we talk about sparks and shadows, we'll get into this more, so we can save it for then. But this is a game that uses language, and language games have rules to them,
right.
And they have rules about obscuring language, and we'll talk about it. But you are the more dangerous something is, the more obvious it should be.
Right.
That's the most important ingredient for preserving player agency. Players will
Yep.
So.
Yeah, we were talking about this on the dungeon design stream the other day, where I was like, the trap that's just in the middle of the hallway that has no indication that it's there, and then the player walks through it, and then they just get hit by it. I said that to me was a missed opportunity. What's cooler is where there's the room, and you're like, okay, there's very clearly a trap here. How do we interact with this? How do we get to start using our abilities, whether it's what my player is thinking or what my PC has on their character sheet. Manage the flow of the game. We talk about pacing here, and that's an important thing. Avoid pointless dice rolling. We don't have to roll for everything. Make your rulings with care, which is your way of saying, I wrote these rules. Please don't just throw them out on a whim.
Yeah. Well, that last sentence is the money sentence, right? Players make choices based on the written rules. Defying them too frequently undermines their choices. This is a big problem I have with the OSR, right? I'm trying to solve problems on that end too,
right.
Not just problems with 4E. Yeah. Like the rule of cool can really erode the integrity of your game.
Absolutely. Yeah. And that, again, that's something that I have talked about a lot, which is you have to be very careful about this, because to me, it's all about maintaining that player agency. And if a player engaged with a mechanic or engaged with a rules element or subsystem under the expectation that it would work in a certain way, when you make a ruling that goes against that, you have unintentionally eroded that player's ability, number one, to make a meaningful impact, but also you're letting them know, hey, you don't have to worry about, you don't have to pay attention to that element of the game, because I'm just going to make something up anyways. And then we talk about some, lines, veils, X card type stuff, which is just great stuff to talk about in general. All right. So again, this isn't a first look. This is more just Tundis and I kind of pontificating about game design as we kind of go through his magnum opus here. And obviously agree with certain things, disagree with certain things.
But definitely going through the PDF like this helps me organize my thoughts.
Okay.
So I'm glad we're doing that.
Well, that's fair. And again, there's hundreds of pages here. I don't know, we're not going to get through all of them. But again, I really do encourage you, check on the link, tundis.itch.io/trespasser, and throw some bucks and get a PDF if you want to take a look at it. There's a lot of really neat stuff here. Even if you're never going to play Trespasser in your whole life, the random dungeon hooks tables and the room and feature tables, the dungeon form, the dungeon trait table, worth at least $5. Okay, if you just want some extra cool Oracle tables, I thought those were really well done.
That's how I market the game to the OSR section of the audience, which is tiny, but they're not going to use the combat system.
Yeah.
Again,
it's always hard for me not to start challenging people in chat. Beowulf says, I'll sit there for the whole game and let the PCs RP amongst themselves as long as they're engaged in the role play and having fun. And I'm like, no. No, it's not.
Yeah, I can't follow Beowulf there either. I don't. Yeah.
Lance Quackmeyer says it's a book of Oracle tables that happens to come with a free game. I mean, that's kind of what Shadow Dark is. Like Shadow Dark's rules are like this big, and then the random tables are like literally 80% of the book.
Same with Knave 2.
Knave 2.
I don't know if you've checked out Knave 2, but yeah, it's all the tables.
Yeah, it's just a lot of tables, which is okay. All right, so real quick, we've got attributes. They range from 0 to 5. I know originally you had 6 attributes, I think, right?
Yeah. Oh my God. I don't really want to go into it, but I got punished hard.
This is
some mistakes.
this is what we're here for. This is the type of audience that is totally accepting of a 15-minute conversation about why in the original version you went from the classic 6 ability scores and now you're down to 4. Oh, good.
Right.
Yeah. Keep talking. I'm going to crack a whip.
Yeah, I wanted it to have more OSR identity in the beginning, and I wanted to use the classic 6 D&D attributes, ability scores. But I found when I published the game for the first time, I changed the name of a couple of them, right? I think they were strength, agility, vigor instead of con. And then I changed the mental stats a little bit. Knowledge, cunning, and resolve. So yeah, I ditched charisma. I made willpower, your resolve more of a thing, and I broke intellect into kind of its book smarts, street smarts aspect with knowledge and cunning. And then when I released the first version, I had 2 people who said they liked the game, 1 person who said they didn't like the game, and about 75 people who just wrote in to say, if you're gonna use the 6 basic D&D stats, you should just call them the 6 basic D&D stats. And
hold on a sec, we got a tip coming in.
Lollipop Candy tip $10.
Thank you, Lollipop.
Any chance for a part 2? Smile.
Lollipop says, any chance for a part 2? Lollipop, we'll see. We'll see how Tundis, how Tundis feels and how much time we have. I mean, this is a great conversation, and this is why it's so great to have him on. So, and this, to be fair, you can't be mad at that too much because you did talk about if it talks like a hit point and it quacks like a hit point, call it a hit point.
Yeah, but Derek, the treachery craft is governed by cunning. At that time, right? What if I called it wisdom? That wouldn't make any fucking sense.
All right, fair enough.
It wouldn't make any sense, right? Like,
so in order to just break away from this perception that they should be wisdom and it should be charisma.
I lost you again for a little. Oh, sorry, I haven't.
That's okay.
Internet troll.
That's all right. So you broke away from 6 to go to 4 just so that you wouldn't have that sort of false equivalency where you're like, oh, this should be D&D, that this should be wisdom, this should be charisma.
And nobody has mentioned a goddamn thing about it this time around, so I know that it has worked.
I mean, DC 20 went with 4, and I like 4. I mean, 5's good too, but 4 is really nice. I mean, because what you've done here is you've basically taken con and strength and made it might. And you gave it another, gave it a name, might. I think might is a great way to describe strength plus con, right? In a way that like if you just called it strength, I think people would be like, oh no,
if you just called it like physique or body, like palladium or something, I'm not there for that. Right. It's got to be a little more. And they all do something. You can't really dump any of
right.
These
when
stats.
You go down to 4, it makes it a lot easier to make them important. And I know this is the one that really stood out to me. Intellect is determines your starting focus, and focus is what you use. It's the resource that you accumulate throughout a tactical combat encounter to do your cool, powers, for lack of a better word. I don't know what term do you actually use for them? Deeds.
Oh, the deeds. Yeah. So it's valuable.
And then lastly, spirit. I thought this was really interesting.
And it should say there, but intellect also governs your prevail action, which is like your sort of active saving throw in this game against bad effects. So like int is super important. Like frontliners need it. Everybody needs it.
Right. And obviously agility is, your defense and your speed, stuff like that. And then this is really interesting. So in this game, we're going to get into endurance, but there's this idea, and I've talked about this before, about like nesting spheres of attriting resources, and this idea of like the localized resource, the combat resource, if you will. And then there's this sort of medium-term resource. And then there's this super long-term resource. And a lot of games don't do a great job with that. And even like hit points, right, in older days was kind of more of a long-term resource. But hit points became more of a daily resource, right, which is useful and it's good. But what D&D lost then was this idea of a meaningful long-term resource. Because at the end of the day, no matter how beat up you got or how many hit points you were down, if you figured out a way to sleep for 6 hours, you were right as rain. Everything was going to be 100% fine. And so this idea of grinding people down had to occur within a single day. Because by tomorrow, you would be right as rain.
Right.
And so this game introduces this idea of something called endurance.
And endurance holds the whole thing
And
together.
it is the through line through all of these different things. Because do badly in a combat encounter, and you are going to suffer problems with your endurance. And if you start using too much magic when you're exploring the dungeon, or taking too long, or not eating, you're going to suffer with endurance. Endurance, in a way, is sort of like the ultimate, your ultimate capacity for adventure.
Right.
So that's really, really neat. And what I love is you don't tie that to might. You tie that to spirit. And I think that's very cool. I think that's very, very cool.
That was just a practical choice. Might
right. You didn't want too much. No.
Yeah.
But it's
spirit needed more. No, but it makes sense. Yeah.
No. Thematically, it's awesome and it's great. Now there's a hidden 5th ability score, which is called the skill bonus, and this is basically proficiency bonus, right?
It's proficiency. Yeah.
But as you get higher in level, you're just going to add a flat bonus, right? So it goes without saying here. Your attributes go from 0 to 5, and then assuming that you have a relevant skill, you add the skill bonus. So if your agility was 3 and you happened to be skilled in acrobatics and you were doing something acrobatical, you add your skill bonus of 1, and you would be rolling a d20 plus 4, right? Versus a DC.
Right.
Now, skill die. Now, the level also determines the skill die. And I thought I conflated these two. I thought these were the same thing. I didn't realize the skill die was its own separate system. Now, and I know you don't talk about that till later. Well, I guess we have to talk about shadows and sparks before we talk about the skill die. But the long and the short of it is, the skill die is a way that a player can add an additional random roll to their d20 roll.
Well, it influences skill checks in a way that we'll talk about with Tempting Fate. Okay. But it's also it's used for a lot of things.
Yeah.
It's the size of your recovery dice, the dice you use to heal.
Okay.
It's also the damage die that you use for your spells. So your spells start out weak and grow naturally in strength as you level up. So it has a few different functions throughout the game. But yeah.
Okay. So your basic thing is a check. You're rolling d20. It's a target number. More people there's been a lot of conversations recently about like calling it target number. Legend of the Five Rings calls it a TN, a target number. Because it seems more appropriate than difficulty class. Like what?
Anything but DC.
Like, but it's kind of one of those things where it's like, but Mr. Fizzer says, oh, so you have the same track for all of those dice sources, huh? Yeah. So everything, if you're level 1, everything keys off of a D6. Is that the general gist of it?
Yeah, not weapons. Weapons have a damage die, So yeah, and it creates an interesting thing, right? Where I wanted to do kind of the linear fighter and the quadratic wizard.
Wait, you wanted that?
Well, I wanted to represent it abstractly in some kind of way in the game.
Okay.
I wanted spellcasters to feel a little squishier at the start and then achieve their ultimate power over time, and I wanted martial classes to be absolutely crushing it in the first third of the game, but not lose relevance. Just wizard catches up.
Right.
And so if you're using a great sword at level 1, it's like a D10 damage die or something. And spellcasters don't get a damage die of that size until later on. But in turn, they have more interesting and effective and wide, and a diverse catalog of abilities.
Yeah, we can talk about that a little bit if we get there to invocations, because there's something an interesting thing I want to talk about there. But so one of the things about this game is it is not scaling DCs, right? You have a static table that goes from normal to legendary, 10 to 20, nice, great range, easy to sort of remember, 15 kind of in the middle.
Yeah, and if you were keeping track before, your attribute goes up to 5, your skill bonus eventually gets up to 5, plus 10 is basically the highest
you can get.
Natural bonus you'll get.
So a max level character can have a roughly 50% chance to do something legendary. But they will be, but again, there's no idea here that, oh, you're level 10. Oh, all the doors are now DC 25, or something, you know what I mean? Like,
oh yeah. The world does not care what level you are.
That's a great way to put it.
The world has its own levels called hostility.
Right.
That is another
system. Right. So if you go into a hostile place, then, the difficulties and the challenges there may be harder than are necessarily appropriate for your character's level.
Right. Yeah. But the hostility tier, right, it doesn't change or scale with player level in any way. If you get soft gated by that haunted forest and you're like, oh crap, we tried to go in there, we grabbed this magic sword, but it didn't work. The monsters are too strong. We're running for our lives. You can come back to it later and sweep it when you're strong. And I think if players want to do that, that's fun.
I think that is something that modern players have not had a chance to experience, the sheer joy of that moment.
Yeah.
Of
one of my biggest influences in fantasy stuff in general is Baldur's Gate. And I'm not talking about Baldur's Gate 3. I'm talking about Baldur's Gate 1 and 2.
Shadows over Am?
Shadows of Am,
yes.
and then Throne of Ball, the expansion that is big enough to be a third game, basically. But in Baldur's Gate 1, right, you are this chump with a quarterstaff who leaves the monastery, and you get absolutely dumpstered by the first wolf that you come across, and it's horrible. And then by the end of those games, you are a god fighting other gods. That is an actual power fantasy. Giving somebody a superhero at level 1, and then I'm coming with the hot takes, but giving someone a superhero at level 1 and then having them just cycle out their abilities for slightly more awesome things over time, that's not the experience I want to create. I want to create the experience of the chump who gets housed by the wolf, who eventually, and you get to go back and, lightning bolt that wolf.
Correct.
That feels great.
And this is something I've talked about before, and a lot of people have been like, don't you have a problem with that? I said, no, because the way I wanted my campaign to go was I wanted, that the low levels to be tough. And then at a certain point, I just accepted that at like level 13, 14, 15, like this is the PC's victory lap, to a certain extent. Like if they've played smart, if they've made good choices, if they've built strong characters, I feel like I am doing them in some ways a disservice by just making everything tougher and never giving. Now, obviously, you still want to have like, the emerald weapon floating around at the bottom of the ocean somewhere so that if they really want to go test their mettle, there's something that they, can do that against. But for the most part, I don't want to make everything just tougher just because you made strong characters, because I'm robbing you of that power fantasy. And so I'm a big believer in that sort of mindset as well.
Yeah.
But, yes. Go for the eyes, boo. Yes.
But yeah, there's not this inertia, this inevitable momentum to push things to the end in this game. In this game, you can change course, you can retreat, even in the middle of combat, and you can decide like, hey, this is too much for us. And it's not the end of the world. It doesn't destroy the whole grand plot if you decide to back off a dungeon and then come back later for it. Right? There's stuff to do elsewhere.
Right. Well, because that's the problem. The problem is you can't, in most modern games, you can't make a challenge or make an encounter that is quote unquote unbeatable, because the PCs need to beat it to get to the next part of the breadcrumb trail. Right, to continue on the adventure, to get past that linked encounter, that blocked encounter. And then the second problem is the way that most modern games are set up. There is literally no mechanism designed for running away.
Right.
And so the only way you can run away is, I guess, like take a bunch of move actions, right? But it's like, then you're like, whoever going last in the initiative is just going to get completely, shit on, or the monsters will they're like, well, I'm just as fast as you are.
Or
so.
you do the awkward thing where everybody has to get to the edge of the battle map,
right.
And then it just kind of like ends.
Right. There's this glowing exit zone, and then the players have to get to that. And we kind of dance around this, but if there was no other reason for why you shouldn't check out this game, or why you should check out this game, if you've watched this channel for any amount of time, let me just say this: while no initiative system will ever be good, this initiative system is actually playable. I would actually play this initiative system. You do have a really, really good initiative system. I think it's done well.
And from you, I recognize that as the high praise that it is.
Right. Okay. So honestly, this is the main thing I want to talk about here, which is sparks and shadows, because we're talking about basic checks. So this is part of the basic DNA of the game. So I think it's really important. We're not here to teach you the game, but I do want to talk about this because I think this is really interesting game tech. That it's very, how can I say this? Not mechano-narrative. It's very mechano-fictional, right? It's interacting with the fiction in a very mechanical way, that really kind of appeals to me. It almost kind of turns, and you mentioned this, it's not supposed to be challenging. It's just supposed to reward people who are just engaging and paying attention, but it turns every situation into a legitimate mini puzzle, for the lack of a better word, but
Or not every situation,
well, not every situation,
just the ones you want.
Right.
And it was such a important design goal that this is layered on top of a totally vanilla
basic
pass-fail
check,
binary pass-fail system. Yeah, because if you want to remove sparks and shadows completely and not use them, you don't have to. So
to be clear, the basic check, which exists in this game and something you can totally use and you will use all the time, is just roll a d20, add your attribute, add essentially your level-based proficiency bonus, and compare it against the DC that the GM set or judge, 10, 12, 15, 18, 20, or anything in between, okay? However, this game has this idea of sparks and shadows. And the idea here is that a check, and that's a binary pass-fail, but with sparks and shadows, it's this idea of introducing a little bit of a sort of PBTA style idea of success being shades of success and failure being shades of failure. And so this enters the idea that for every 5 points that you beat the test number by, you earn a spark. And another way to think of a spark is think of it as an opportunity. Think of it as an ability to do the thing that you just did in a better way, in a way that advantages or gives your group an opportunity. However, for every 5 points that you fall short, you incur a shadow. And this is a way to add a drawback to your failure. So it's not just that you failed, it's you failed and so it makes the game a little bit more feral, because now you're not just getting these binary pass fails. There's instead these gradations. So we got a page here on sparks and shadows. So for every 5 points you surpass the target number, you can add a spark to your results. Sparks are the 5 virtues of the trespasser. And each spark on your success lets you choose a benefit that colors the outcome. And you cannot apply the same spark. So this list is prescriptive then.
Yeah, and it's on the character sheet as a reminder.
Ooh.
Yeah, these are the 5.
Okay. So this isn't just like vague suggestions, right? No, this is like you can choose to do something. If you do it well, if you exceed the DC by 5, you get to pick one of these. If you exceeded the DC by 10, you would get to pick 2 of these. Hey, Ben with $100 tip. Oh, buddy.
Whoa.
Ben took $100, enjoying the stream and loving the indie heartbreaker coverage. Take Tiquist first look, please. It's on itch, still in plattest, but there are some really great ideas in that game. It also meshes 4E-ish tactics, but is mostly diceless.
Fantastic, Ben. Thank you so much for supporting supporting those indie heartbreaker dreams.
Take back the term, Trespasser identifies as a heartbreaker. It is one, and it's my attempt to solve some problems in D&D.
Awesome. Hey, Dr. Metropolis coming in with $3 here.
DR Metropolis tipped $3. Happy to see more games kill sacred cows. No one would ever use the term difficulty class naturally, etc.
Dr. Metropolis appreciating the killing of sacred cows. No one would ever use the word difficulty class in any sort of natural way. But Ben is showing his support for our indie creators, but we also have another indie creator in the Patreon who just joined in. They have a cool they're an artist, and they kind of created an indie RPG called Tactiquest. And Ben is saying, I'd love to get it. So, I mean, if you guys like this kind of situation where we bring on, indie developers and we pick their brains and we talk about their games, Ben obviously does. Let us know. Let me know your support. Let me know in the Patreon, and we'll try to get people like Tundis back on, and we'll get maybe level 2 janitor will want to come on. So level 2 janitor's in the chat. In fact, level 2 janitor just said, "Ooh, I like that mechanic."
I have not checked out Tactiquest, but I know what I'm doing after the stream.
It has a very charming art style, and I'm a really big fan of that. And level 2 janitor says, "I love the shout out. Would absolutely love that." Awesome, level 2. We'll have a whole indie creators series. And maybe we'll do like an indie creators roundtable. That'd be fun. Just talk about not just about the game, but like the meta, right? Like what difficulties you had in getting, because I think a lot of people are very interested in making a game. Like, what are the challenges that you faced from a design and development standpoint, right? Like getting your thing published, layout, all that other stuff. What do you use? What do you use? InDesign? You're laughing.
Oh, Derek, I use Microsoft Word.
You won't hear this, but the people at home will.
Yeah. Wah, 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 wah.
Yeah.
If I could, if you have a time travel, time machine lying around, let me know and I'll go back in time and warn myself. But it has caused, I mean, if anything, I should be getting praise. I should be getting the praising trombone because it's very hard to, it's very hard to do everything like this in Word. But yeah.
Dr. Metropolis says, "Damn, not even GIMP or Inkscape." No, I'm not gonna lie, that's brutal. Here's another here. We have our own brutal. I didn't do it, so I can't claim. I can't take ownership of it. But when we first started printing or doing PDFs for Night's Last Call, which we did a couple of PDFs, as we called it, our Battle Cry magazine. It was like a e-zine. But then also for our Northern Reaches campaigns, we did dedicated campaign books. And Smith used the PF2 trade dress, which was in Markdown. So it was all style sheets. So he did it all in style sheets. And he was like, this is crazy. Like we can't do this. But yeah, very cool. So
yeah, it hasn't been easy.
Anyways, thank you very much, Ben. Thank you very much, Dr. Metropolis. Ben,
yeah, thank you, Ben.
If level 2 janitor is up, we'll definitely get him on. And again, I like the idea of maybe we can get Tundis and Emmanuel of Fabio Ultima fame, who's also a patron, of course. And then
oh no kidding.
Oh yeah.
Awesome. Fabio Ultima's huge.
Oh yeah,
I love Fabio.
Yeah. Emmanuel joined our Patreon a while ago. But anyways, we get you and Emmanuel and a bunch of other people in level 2 janitor, and we can just talk about not just about your games, but about the games themselves. But back to Sparks and Shadows. Thank you, Ben. So the idea here is that if you do well on a roll, you can do something cannily, quickly, quietly, safely, and striking. But there's a meta to this, though, too, which is if you fall short of this, something can be costly, slow, loud, harmful, or daunting. But these sparks and shadows cancel each other out. Mm-hmm. So there's this idea, which we'll get to in the next page, I think, where a check may inherently have the risk of shadows built into it. And this is done through fictional positioning, for lack of a better word. So, for example, the GM may describe how this lock is particularly complex and cumbersome. And you're like, oh, what's the deal with it? You're like, there's multiple interlocking cylinders and several base plates that you'll have to work through. And the player goes, oh, okay, I get it. And by the way, you might think, oh, you're just telegraphing. No, it's literally called shadow warnings. Okay.
Yeah.
So,
so,
we talked about the layers of procedures. We talked about the dungeon procedure, the haven procedure, the travel procedure, the dungeon procedure, the combat procedure. In a way, you have made the skill check a procedure, right?
Yes.
So just to kind of preview here, because I think this is a really, really, really interesting idea. By being very explicit about this, you're not being coy. This goes to your point. I want to let you know. This is basically saying, look, I'm going to ask you to play the game now. Sorry, you're going to have to play the game. I'm telling you that there is a shadow here, and I'm going to be describing something, and I'm describing how complex and interlock. And the player goes, oh, I get it. There's a shadow present on this skill check. It is the slow check. So if I don't deal with that, then it's going to, I think I lost you again, Tundis. Oh, you're back. Okay. That's all right.
Cool.
Yeah.
Well, and what's really important here is the judge is not allowed to tell the player exactly what the shadows are. They're allowed to say the number of shadows and that the shadows are there. And in fact, they have to say, you feel a shadow, in the scariest way that they can. It's very important for the game. But
yeah, no.
It's important because it forces you to interact with the fiction.
Correct. Yes.
Right. And the judge is trying to help, right? It's in the judge's roles. In the judge's role description, you're trying to help by offering useful information, but you are not allowed to outright tell them the direct consequences of their actions. You can only lead them to the solution through narrative description. This is important because every game that deals with language in some way, or if you're going to use language as a component in your game, which most of them do, they obscure information.
Yep.
In charades, it's important to obscure information. In Gloomhaven, right? What's obscured? The contents of your hand, what exact abilities you're expected to use. You're still expected to strategize, to communicate with each other, right? And have a successful turn, but you're not allowed to say the names of the abilities you're using. This is trying to do the same thing. Bridge this gap and work together to solve a problem so that the character has the best shot, right? And it's supposed to replicate your threat assessment. This is a trespasser's ability to interpret the scene and discern the danger. That's what they're best at. They survived the first day. They're survivors.
And I think this is important because one of the things that I've always talked about is, as a GM, I think we always lose sight of the fact that we're so aware of what's going on, but our players are viewing this world, this fiction, through the narrowest little lens, this small, tiny box of whatever it is that we've told them. And I've said before too, like, you could literally, like, in the description for a room, explain exactly what's going on, and the players might still miss it, right? Because, it's just, language is imperfect, and you're taking this entire idea and you have it all baked into your mind. So when you say it, it makes perfect sense, but players just don't get it, right? So you could beat them over the head with it, and and I think that's,
well, you talk about the chair
or
whatever. I think a couple streams ago, right? I look over the chair, I look behind the chair, I look under the arms of the chair. This is that occurs because there is no scaffolding to the communication happening.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And as you say this before, when you are about to perform a task, the judge may warn you of a feeling in the pit of your stomach. You feel a shadow. And Ben says, I like the idea of shadows in the fiction of being fate or some unseen power working against you, perhaps your own subconscious. And again, there's this literally kind of, they have a sixth sense for these things, right? They are sort of keyed into this dangerous environment. And it says, when you receive this warning, it means that one or more shadows will be applied to your result, even on a success. So we talked about before about how you could, if you fail by 5 or more or 10 or more, you'll get these shadows. This is the idea that a check, and this is a great lever, because now not only do you have the DC axis to make something more numerically challenging, right? Because I can say, this is really tough, make it DC 18. And you're a level 1 character, so that's tough to get. But now what I can do is I can make a check easy, but still make it fictionally hard. And instead of solving it with your character sheet, you have to solve it with your player, right? You have to engage with it on a fictional axis, because the only way that you're going to be able to beat these is by rolling, getting sparks, and choosing the right sparks that cancel the shadows that you have interpreted through the GM's language as being present on this particular skill check. And you could guess wrong if you're not paying attention. Now, you make a great line. It's one of the greatest lines I've ever read in a book, honestly.
Oh,
no, because this system here could be very easily misinterpreted. And you go out of your way here, and I think this: do not, under any circumstances, punish players with consequences that they had no chance of guessing. Your role is to answer their questions and help them arrive at a fair assessment of the danger without giving away the game. Always remember, you're trying to help them succeed. Think of it like charades. When you're playing charades, you want your team to get the answer. The only thing is, you're not just going to tell them, no, I'm a unicyclist on fire, right? Like, no, I'm trying to make you get unicyclist on fire. I want you to get it. Right. It's cool for all of us if you get it. I just can't tell it to you because that would defeat the whole purpose of the game. And this is such a important line in this context.
It had to be in bold.
It had to be in bold. This is not about fucking over the players. This is not about gotchas, right? It's in fact, it's anti-gotcha. You're telling them, warning, there's 2 bad things associated with this skill check. And then the player could just go, fuck it, I roll, fuck it, we ball. And then they go, I'm going to make it safe and striking, And you're like, well, no, you didn't pay attention or ask any questions. You didn't engage with the fiction at all. So you totally didn't get the shadows that what I was trying to go with here, which I would have very happily explained for you. But you were just like, no, let's just go. So this kind of forces the player to have to Jenga with the scene a little bit. And I think that's so cool. And they're not doing it because of FBT. They're doing it because this is how you beat the game.
Yeah. And it's very position and effect.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
It has a lot. Yeah. Definitely inspired. I love those 2 axes of control, like you talked about. And and it's also, it makes everything in the game that would normally be just like a +2 bonus or whatever, all those ribbon abilities your character gets. I'm good at survival, so I get a +2 bonus. In this game, you get an extra spark for succeeding if you, from those ribbon abilities. And so, that's a more interesting and a more powerful bonus than just
and I think it's great because what it lets you do. Okay, here's the real. It lets you make low DC checks that the players are going to have a great chance of succeeding, but you still put in this potential risk of other bad things happening. And, this is basically success with a cost, but done in a, number one, more interactive manner, and number two, in a D20 system, which I think is really, really interesting.
And the challenge of this, the big challenge of shadows and shadow warnings is not knowing what the consequences are going to be, having to make it up on the spot. So I try to go out of my way to provide hard examples of those, and those are in the different frames of play. Like in the dungeon chapter, it'll tell you how to use sparks in the dungeon, how to use shadows, and what those material consequences should be.
Yes. Anon, okay, what's going on, Anon? Good to see you. Charades is a great analogy, and I think we need more systems which limit how the GM could communicate so they don't have to hold back in trying to inform the players. And that is something I just see again and again and again, which is like, your players are so reliant upon you for information. Give it to them, but, don't solve the puzzle for them, but let them know that they're in a puzzle. Like that's fair, So someone said, I want to see an example. You do give an example, which I think is interesting.
Yeah, there's a couple.
You have a couple examples. So here's an example, the Black Well. Jorath looks over a deep well, dark and filthy. The gleaming amulet that clings to the mossy stones below is no doubt magical and precious, but his halberd barely reaches it. The judge tells Jorath's player that it would be an agility athletics check to retrieve it, but warns her of 2 shadows. Privately, the judge knows this course of action would be costly and harmful, and the player may suspect that as well. The player finds the courage to make the check anyways. She succeeds with only a single spark, and so has to choose to make the success, chooses to make the success safe. The judge reveals the 2 shadows. The harmful shadow is banished, leaving her with a safe but costly success. The judge describes how Jorath leans further over the well, just managing to hook the amulet with the end of his halberd. The moment the treasure is in hand, however, the crumbling stone wall gives way. As he lurches back, the wet halberd slips from his grasp, tumbling with a few stray stones into the murky water below. So you can see that the costly aspect was you lost a piece of your gear.
Oh, hate tracking your inventory? Guess what? I hope you have a backup weapon in your inventory, right? So,
and obviously there is a chance here that they probably could have fallen in and taken damage, right? Harmful, but they chose to do it in a safe manner and use their halberd. But, and this is another interesting thing. I'm not saying it's like a Pyrrhic victory, but, rolling, getting success and getting 2 sparks is going to be a potentially difficult thing to do. So a lot of times the players are going to have to be like, I'm going to have to pick. Now, remember, they don't know for sure. The only thing they can do is kind of interrogate the GM and sort of try to figure out what, and they're like, I really think this is costly and harmful. And then you get 1 spark and you have to go, which one do I want to cancel? But the best part about this is, remember, this doesn't make the check actually any harder. You're like, well, what if you don't get 5 or higher, 10 or higher? Great. The DC might have been 12 or 10. You passed. You still got the amulet. You just also you just fell down the pit and your backpack ripped in half as you did so, right? Like,
and you're encouraged to set a low target number, right? Like, and it's important that when players go into shadow warnings, they know I'm probably going to have at least one cost to the
Right.
success to pay
Unless
here.
you
So it's about resource
Right.
management. It's about knowing that.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And I think if you're told in advance, that's okay. It doesn't feel like the GM is just making you lose even when you win,
Right.
or is just taking stuff arbitrarily. It's like, no, I want that amulet. It's magic.
Yeah.
And if I lose a normal item, so be it.
Now,
You know?
and you make a great point about this, which is not every check in the game is going to be this. All right. Which is totally fair. Right. In fact, a lot of things are just going to be a simple. Here's we got the simple rule. Simple checks are used throughout the game to quickly test for success or failures. When you make one, you don't even gain sparks or success. You either beat the DC or you fall short of it. And you're like, oh, that seems so horrible and pointless. Well, that's every D20 check, skill check in modern history. So, you know, but this gives you this gives you in Blades in the Dark situation, right? The desperate position. We are like, statistically, you're actually very likely to pass this check. The DC is only 12, but this check has 3 shadows. You know, the odds that you're going to get out of this without paying some sort of price are slim and none.
Yeah, this is, you know, jumping from the burning cathedral. Right. And I sprain my ankle. I land on my bag, shattering my potions. And and everyone sees it and is horrified and is scarred for life.
Right.
You know?
And this is kind of sort of one of the fundamental ideas, maybe even done a little bit better. Like in Torchbearer. In Torchbearer, when you fail a roll, the GM can choose to award you success, but gives you a condition. And it's that grind of conditions that slowly starts to sort of crush your would-be adventure right into dust. So this is very cool. And again,
yeah, and darkness. Darkness matters because when you're in darkness, you add a shadow to everything. Right. Because
now again, I know that in your sources of inspiration, I know that you wrote Darkest Dungeon. But you know, Darkest.
I didn't write.
I'm sorry. I know that in your sources of inspiration, you put that Darkest Dungeon was one of your sources. And of course, Darkest Dungeons was inspired by Torchbearer. And in Torchbearer, there's a general rule, which is unless you're in bright light, basically the obstacle value, the DC of everything goes up by 1. And of course, the DCs in the game are like from between 3 and 4 and 5. So it's literally the same idea, right? Is that if you're in darkness, you're in trouble. It's not just a minor inconvenience. And then you mentioned this before. This is a great way because now as a player, instead of just giving them +4 bonus to checks, which is number one, flavorless and dead inside in some ways, but also it creates a problem, right? Because now all the checks aren't interesting because they can always pass them and there's like not any tension. Right. But what you can do instead is some abilities and even some equipment can grant you extra sparks on success with a certain type of check. And so your character, you mentioned before, your ranger character, when they're doing, you know, I don't know, ranger type stuff, they're always doing it quietly, right? Or they're always doing it safely. So sure, out in the wilds, your ranger may have to worry about being slow or being loud or having something be daunting, but they don't have to worry as much about getting hurt because they can safely guide you through the things. It's not a simple matter of, hey, you're really good at this. Your numerical bonus is so high that you're almost statistically unlikely to fail. Instead, it's this idea of giving them sparks instead of just a flat bonus.
Right. Or you get like, you know, the thief finds the magic lock picks that let them add quick to every lock picking check. And it's like, oh my goodness, did you just tell me that we spend no actions on lock picking anymore? We're just flying through the, like, yeah. And it,
very, very, very cool. Keith has a great question. I have no idea. He says, how often are sparks shadows apparent usually?
Well, the instructions are to just sprinkle them in, like use them as a seasoning, right? Add, you know, you don't have to have a shadow warning attached to every skill check. It says in the dungeon, you want a higher frequency. In dangerous places, most should have some kind of shadow attached to them. You know, maybe like 50-50, I don't know. But you want them to occur regularly in dangerous settings.
Yeah, that makes sense, right? Because, you know, if you're not in a dangerous setting, then why would something be harmful, or why would it be costly, or why would if the time doesn't matter, then what does it matter? And by the way, as another further example about that, remember Tundis was talking about the interlocking gear mechanisms. Remember we were talking about the dungeon turns and how those are important? Well, those aren't just descriptive words, right? They're mechanical interfaces. If something's slow, because it took you longer to do than you expected. Guess what? That means it takes, you takes an extra dungeon turn or an extra dungeon action or something. Is that right? Which is awesome. Right. So it's a meaningful mechanical consequence, which I really like. Right. So then we have group checks. One of the things I always want to know is how does a group game do a group check? For my money, like Forge in the Dark, John Harper, group checks are like the best group checks because it's everyone rolls. This is pretty good though.
Yeah, I don't know if this is going to be the final version. Like, yeah, I got problems with this, but it works pretty well at the time.
Because generally speaking, in a group check, you don't want it to take too long, and you don't want everybody just aiding somebody because that's really boring. But you also don't want like one good person to necessarily like erase a bunch of bad people. And so here, this idea is that if you can get at least half of your group to succeed, it's a success. And in the event that you all pass the check, then you succeed and you get a spark. Whereas if you all mostly fail, it's a failure. If you all fail, it's failure with a shadow. So I like the idea of the gradations here. I think this is pretty interesting.
And importantly, if you do a group check, right, only half the people succeeding, that means only if two people do a group check, only one of them needs to succeed. Sounds like you just doubled your odds. But the risk you're taking there is that, right, everybody suffers the shadow.
Sure.
On a failure, yeah, or everybody earns the sparks.
Right.
So
right, and it's kind of a weird situation where like you'd rather have 4 or 2, but not 3 people.
It's a little weird, yeah.
Sam says, does this mean that all group checks have to be shadow checks or warnings? No, I don't think so. Right?
No, you can do one as a simple check. You just turn the all successes and the all failures options into success or failure. You can do it
right, because you
can do it as
the whole idea of the shadow warning, Samuel, is that the idea is that the shadow is present at the beginning of the check. The only way a shadow becomes apparent in a group check is if you all fail. So that's kind of like a shadow that is applied at the end of the resolution instead of at the beginning of the resolution process.
Right. Yeah, on any given check, a shadow can be applied. Yeah. With a low.
So I think this is okay. I don't know that this is like you said, it does create some situations where you're like, hey, now we have a 75% chance of succeeding, and what happens on 3 people?
Yeah, it's not my favorite page in the book.
That's fair. I mean, that's a fair assessment. That being said, I think anything is better than just we all stack up a bunch of bonuses and give it to somebody, like especially if quote unquote aid, helping is free. A lot of PBTA games, you can help people. In fact, you can help people after the roll, but it costs you like a point of fatigue or a point of exhaustion, which is a very limited resource. So there's this idea of a cost. In Torchbearer, you can help. If you help somebody, great. But if they fail and they get a condition, you get a condition too because you are helping them. So there's kind of this idea of like, well, if I think we're going to fail, maybe I don't want to help you because I don't want to get a condition too. So as long as there's more play to it, and I think that, to me personally, is kind of what's missing here a little bit is the lack of play. Yeah. But it's fine. It's shadows and sparks are where it's at. So we talked about skills. So now we can talk about tempting fate. Right. So we talked because one thing I learned. Yeah.
So, oh my gosh, it's already 8:45.
I know. Buddy, I told you that this is.
It's gonna be a 4.
Yeah. Hey, listen, if people, how are we doing? Let me take a look here. Well, we were at 115 people, so we're down now to 97. But this is, we'll see. It's not like this channel. We've done more for less. And hey, Bronze says it's my first live stream I've caught in roughly 6 months. Well, from Donkey. All right, what's up, Bronze? What's up, Donkey?
Hi, Bronze.
So one of the things I learned from Forbidden Lands, which I really liked, was this idea of a pushing your luck mechanic. And Dragonbane has this literally called push, which is if you fail a roll, you can re-roll it, but you gain a condition. And the conditions are like tied to each of the stats. So there's a weak for strength and tired for constitution or something like that. And there, speak of the self-confessed cynic himself. Vin popped in with a super chat, says finally got on break, just wanted to say hi. Hello. We were talking about you earlier, buddy.
Hi, Vin.
So welcome, Vin.
And Vin took a really nice look at Trespasser when I first released it and gave some really awesome thoughts about it. So I'm sorry that I can't be here tonight. But
Yeah, hey, maybe we can make this really tangent filled, and we can get Vin onto the next one. So I really like this idea of pushing your luck, and in Torchbearer or not Torchbearer, Forbidden Lands, if you roll your initial dice roll and it fails, you're always allowed to push. You can pick up your dice and roll them again. But now, any ones you roll on those d6s can damage your equipment, can hurt your ability scores. On a normal fail, they don't. But on a push roll, they do. So I really like pushing your luck. It's a fun gambling kind of mechanic. And I think you have a pretty good one in this game, which is before you make a check, if you know the relevant skill, you can attempt to tempt fate. So before, skills just gave you a static bonus, right? Equivalent to proficiency bonus, +1, +2, +3, all the way to +5. But you can tempt fate. Well, we got another check. We got another tip from KC. All right. $3. Thank you, KC.
Casey Roberts tipped $3. Still 10 minutes behind, but Shadow Warning says genius design. That alone convinced me to buy the PDF. Trade war be damned.
KC says Shadows of Sparks is genius design. That alone convinced him to pick up the PDF. Trade war be damned is what KC said. Hey, listen, the tariffs are off for another month. At least that's what I think I read today.
That's really kind, Casey. I don't know how genius it is.
Well,
like I said, I think it's just it's really old. It's charades, right? It's not anything new.
But I look at a lot of role playing games, and I've read a lot and I own a lot. I've not seen something like that. So I mean, even if it is taking this kind of, in fact, sometimes the best ideas are the ones that are that simple, right? Yes, it's artful theft. Ben says it great. Yes, we did. We just got through. We're still talking about Shadows a little bit, self-confessing. So in this game, what you can do is when you roll a die or when you make a skill check, instead of just getting the +1 or +2, you can also add the skill die, I think is what it's called.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go back up to the table real quick. So here we go. So at level 1, it's just a D6, but it goes up as your bonus goes up to a D8, a D10, and a D10 and a D12.
Yeah, so it becomes a better value proposition over time.
And the idea here is obviously, if you're talking about, let's say you have, I don't know, an attribute bonus of, 3 or 4. I don't know what you can really start with, but, and your skill bonus is +1. Let's say you have a +5, to roll. And you're going up against a DC 10 or a DC 12. You have a pretty good chance of succeeding. But if you could add a D6 to that, that's a huge bonus, right? Like that's on it.
That's why this is why tempt fate is the totally wrong name, because that implies that you're making it more difficult for potentially greater reward.
Right.
And in fact, what you're doing is you're exerting more control over the outcome of the check. So it has kind of a backwards name.
Yes.
It's not quite what I
correct
intended,
because
I'm still working.
I completely agree with that, because what this lets you do is it lets you add the skill die to your roll, but you also have to add a shadow. Now, this is the player that is adding the shadow. Now, the judge obviously gets final approval, but, the idea being that, because it's kind of this weird tempting fate, because it's really kind of like, hey, I'm going to really take my time and make sure I pick, disarm this trap the right way. I'm going to add slow, and that's going to give me this bonus or D6, or I don't care. I'm going to throw my body into this door as hard as I possibly can over and over and over again. I don't care if I dislocate a shoulder or break a rib. I'm going to make this harmful, and I'm going to add a D6. Because I want to basically trade, this kind of fiction / mechanical conditions for a greater chance of success. And most importantly, because the first thing I thought was, well, great, now I'm rolling a die, I'm more likely to generate a spark. I'll just use the spark to cancel out the shadow I just added. Unfortunately, the shadow you choose cannot be banished from the result. So,
right.
Now, I'm curious.
But you can banish the other
Correct.
Right? So if you're more scared of harmful, that trying to cross this pit of spikes or whatever is going to be really, it's probably going to be dangerous. then you could add costly instead. Like maybe this uses, but there's a waste of the rope in my inventory or something.
And the other thing I thought of was if the GM suggested something in the fiction and I was like, oh, I think this is costly. And they're like, okay, I'm going to tempt fate. And then I'm going to add costly because I'm thinking I'm a smart player and I'm just going to add something that's already there. That way he can't put me in double jeopardy. No, you can get put in double jeopardy if you tempt fate to add costly, and costly was already one of the Worn Shadows. You lose twice as much as you normally would have. Yes, I'm sorry. Your armor and your weapons are all lost in this check.
And normally I don't advise just taking people's armor and weapons, by the way. There are multiple mechanical recommendations for how you can handle any of the shadows, and it can be as much as like doing a little check to see if a weapon or tool gets lost or destroyed. Costly can just be, oh, your torch blows out. It doesn't have to be.
It doesn't have to be insane. Right? I mean,
you have very granular
correct. And this is where the GM still has to exercise pacing. It doesn't, you're like, oh, this takes all the power out from the GM. Just the opposite. You have a ton of ability to control the pacing of this. What is costly in, if you feel like this is a situation where it's like, it'd be cool if your torch went out, that's not that huge of a cost. Or, in this case, make it roll the depletion die. The player will feel that. And some percentage, there might have a certain amount of like, okay, that felt like a cost. On the other hand, if it's like a big moment, that's where you can have something be like, and your weapon shatters against the dragon's iron hard scales. And that feels like awesome. When your character's fighting random monster and it's like, oh, your ancient sword shatters. You're like, what? That doesn't even feel right. So this is a very cool, I agree. It's not named correctly, but it is essentially this ability to sort of increase the danger while giving you a better chance of success.
And you can only tempt fate with your skills. So if you don't have the skill, you can't do it in most cases, which makes skills much more meaningful than just a simple bonus that you
That's
add.
A good point. That's an interesting thing to think of.
Which is what I was trying to do.
So we have 12 skills, and these don't necessarily align, right, to like a static attribute, right? They could be.
Yeah, you can mix and match. Right.
Yeah. So for example, this is a great example. Nature is one of the skills. And again, it's a broad range, but hunting or foraging might be might, but riding a mount might be agility, identifying flora and fauna, intellect, and fishing, or training a wild beast could be spirit. So this idea that the skill could tap into all four of the different, obviously there's going to be some, that maybe don't necessarily, tap into them as much, but like, I think in a lot of situations, this gives you a lot of leeway to sort of explain what's happening in the fiction, which is a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Cool.
We should bounce forward a little bit.
Okay.
I think.
Yeah, we could.
You get to endurance.
Yes.
And,
so we're gonna skip clocks.
Oh, there's clocks.
We'll skip clocks because I think at this point everybody knows what a clock is, but.
They work well. Everybody should use them.
And then we have our character sheets. So here's an example of the character sheet. And I think it's worth taking a quick look at the character sheet because we're going to talk about some of the elements here. So we can see over here on the left-hand side, you've got your 4 attributes. One of them is your key stat, which is used for your attack rolls, I think, right? So
yeah, that's right.
If I got it right. Your skill bonus, your skill die, and then what skills you actually are quote unquote trained in. And then you can see here right on the character sheet, here are the 5 sparks, here are the 5 shadows. We also have our leveling up. We have alignment, denying, and affirming. So there's kind of a character growth arc track a little bit. And then we have our health and healing. And this is what we're going to talk about a little bit, because what this is doing is it's like taking hit dice or healing surges, but also then adding like another level of hit dice and healing surges on top of them.
Right. Yeah. As you mentioned before, right. D&D is only concerned about the day of, and it doesn't care. And this endurance makes you think about tomorrow. Right. Losing endurance doesn't take anything from you now, but your endurance is how many recovery dice you get at the start of each day. So when you lose endurance, it means you'll have that many fewer tomorrow. Yeah. And if you run out, you lose the ability to heal entirely.
Correct. And so let's be very clear here. Recovery dice are essentially hit dice, right? From 5e. Yeah. It's going to be based off of your skill die. You can use one of your recovery dice outside of conflict or even during conflict if you take an action, I think, to roll that die and heal that many hit points. If your hit...
It's how healing is done, like a healing
Right.
surge. You spend that many dice and you get to roll. Outside of combat, when you use them, they are maximized. You use the highest value.
That was it.
on
Oh,
the die.
and Vin and I both love that. I forgot that. I forgot about that. We love that because number one, because it feels better. Number two, it's quicker, you know, and that's what's so awesome about it. But I'm going to tell you something that even 4th edition had a problem with this. And I know if you're watching at home, I know that you've had this problem as well. And this is one of the reasons why I think 4th edition and modern D&D games, Pathfinder 2, 5th edition D&D, don't work as old school survival exploration games. It's because in classic adventures, in all the adventure paths, but even in your normal thing, you're like, I'm going to travel. And you're like, okay, you're traveling. You're going to the hex. There's a random encounter. 2 griffins attack, you know, they dive down and you're like, okay, this is a nasty fight. We're fighting the griffins and hey, look, we're hurt. We're damaged, you know, our hit points are down. Maybe we're not playing Pathfinder 2 where we can spend 20 minutes treating wounds and heal everybody up. You're like, no, I'm going to have to spend some of my 4th edition healing surges and I'm going to have to spend some of my hit dice from 5th edition. And you're like, but this is, you know, this is a 2-week journey to the peaks of Everfrost. Well, when you go to bed tonight and you wake up in the morning, you're going to have all your healing surges and you're going to have all your hit points. So essentially that.
Yeah, it'll be like you just left.
It'll be like you just left town. And so there's no way when all of your resources, now old school D&D solved this by just having 1 track, hit points. Except you got like 1 a day, right? So, and healing was really rare. And so the idea was it wasn't practical to heal to full out in the wilderness. Yeah, technically, if you went and camped in the wilderness for 20 days, you'd get back your 20 hit points. But that just wasn't really practical. But that put all of that resource into that 1 bucket. This way, you kind of get the best of both worlds. You get this idea that, hey, yeah, we fought those griffins today. Yeah, it ate up a bunch of my recovery dice. They'll be back tomorrow. Yeah, but I took an injury. Okay, my endurance got hurt a little bit. And now, tomorrow, I'm going to have less recovery dice. And it's not making me unable to function. It's not making me unable to, you know, participate in a combat encounter. But slowly but surely, that, you know, resource is going to slowly dwindle. And it's a great, great, great lever as a GM. Because, you know, you heard Tundis. I'm already house rule. I don't know if I'm already house ruling your game. But, like, you heard Tundis say that like endurance comes back in your haven. It comes back after weeks of rest. But in my game, if you had a chance encounter with like the fairy queen, right? And she blessed unto, you know, and you helped her out and she blessed unto you peace and prosperity. And I'd be like, hey, everybody regain 2 endurance, you know, for this. Or like you find, you know, I don't know, the fairy cave in The Legend of Zelda, you know, or maybe there's just like a beautiful view or just like, you know what I mean? Like there's a lot of different little levers that you could throw in to say, hey, you guys did this thing and I'm going to reward you with this resource that is otherwise impossible or difficult to recover at all. Awesome.
Yeah. No, you could totally do that. And it's a fantastic reward and penalty to use with sparks and shadows, right? When harmful happens, it can be the loss of a point of endurance, right? Something that isn't immediately going to disadvantage the player, but which, you know, will affect
It's
them
not a
down the
problem for
road.
today. It's a problem for tomorrow, which is so good. Yeah.
Right. And they can, you know, you can definitely hand out endurance too. Like striking is the spark that's supposed to be about like kind of the social influence. If you do something really impressively in a way that because it affects the party, they can be like, oh wow, that was really inspiring. Maybe we do have a chance. Gain some recovery.
Well, and I think this is so important because hit points are tied to might. Endurance is tied to spirit. It is a willpower. It is that, you know, press to go on, which again, I don't know if you ever read my numerous copious notes about Forbidden Lands, but one of the problems I had is that I wanted willpower to be something that you started off with and it deteriorated over time. Instead in that game, you actually gain it as you're overcoming trials. And I like the idea of willpower being something that dwindles, you know, using my own experiences from like hiking the Appalachian Trail. And like, you know, the longer you stay out there, it's just like, man, everything is starting to grind me down. And so, yeah, like Vin says, you know, I definitely sprinkle in some little fountains or safe spots or sites that recover some. It's a great pace setting tool. And it's just also, it's one of those great ways to like reward players for like engaging with the world. And I think that that's just, you know, so cool. I think this is awesome. Yeah. So we're going to get into that. But then you have your equipment and, you know, it's melee. They do damage. You know, there's a attack.
Christmas tree here. You have all your slots.
you got your slot.
Piecemeal
Yeah.
armor. Piecemeal
Right. You got your head, your helm, you're really gonna like Torchbearer. I can't believe you never played Torchbearer before?
No, I've
Okay.
read it a
Okay,
couple
okay,
times.
okay.
Yeah, but I've never gotten
What
a
is
chance.
outer?
Oh, that's like your cloak.
Oh, okay, got it.
Right.
And then you have your amulet, your ring, your talisman. Real quick. So let's talk about food D6, food D4, torch D6.
Sure.
So those of you who've watched the show before know that I was a fan of like the what is it called, the scarcity die or something from Knave or Cairn or whatever those things. Maybe it's White Hack. One of them. The depletion. What is it called? Was it? I don't remember what it's.
Oh.
From
I don't know. Yeah, maybe the depletion
yeah,
die.
maybe. But Forbidden Lands had a similar idea where your rations were represented by a die, and every time you use them, you would roll that, and on a 1 or a 2, the die changes to the next lowest die. So a D12 becomes a D10. The usage die from Black Hack. Thank you, Janitor and Alex. Yeah, usage die.
That's right.
Yeah,
Black Hack is one of my
influences. Okay, great. Yeah. The D12 deteriorates to a D10, deteriorates to a D8. Now in Forbidden Lands, this is done holistically. We just all of your rations is a D12. The way you do it is for things that can be consumed. This character has 3 foods. 2 of them are rated at D6. One of them is rated at D4. If you use that food, you roll the die, and on a 1 or a 2, it goes down to the next lower die.
No, it's just.
Oh, it's just gone. I'm sorry.
It's
okay.
Yeah. Right. Because what I didn't like about the Forbidden Lands supply dice is that once you get them up to a D10, they can last
forever. Yeah,
forever.
and you're absolutely right. In fact, we bitched about this a lot. Where I was like, "Do you realize D12 water is 18 days of water? Do you know how much water is 18 days of water? It's a crazy amount of water." Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Right. So in this case, every ration that you've got, a normal ration is a D6. The depletion die correlates to quality. There's crude, normal, and fine.
Okay.
Crude is a D4. Normal's a D6, fine is a D8. But it means that every ration has a 1 in 3 chance of being erased when you use it. So it'll last you somewhere from 1 to 3 days, and it's important that you don't know the exact amount.
Well, and again, I don't think you were part of these conversations, but one of the things that I really had a problem with, or I loved about the Forbidden Lands dice, I said, I spent months in the wilderness hiking. And I can tell you that food is not tracked in days. Like you can look in your pack and you can see what you have in there, but you have no idea if that's 2 days of food or 3 days of food. You're like, maybe I could stretch it to 4 days of food. You have no idea. It's not like it's partitioned into like Monday's bag, Tuesday's bag, Wednesday's bagged. And even if you did do that, there's going to be days where you go, I'm opening up Tuesday's bag and I'm going to start eating tomorrow's meals today. That uncertainty of how long am I going to make it to the next town to refill? Is this food going to last? There was like a trepidation that would start to build in me. And when I would leave town, I felt very safe and secure because I had a backpack full of food. But I was also like, shit, this is heavy. And it kind of sucks. So there was this like fun, sort of takeaway. So even I think maybe a little bit more compelling then, because it doesn't have to dwindle down. So very cool. Right. It's a slot-ish based inventory based off of your might. And then from your this is a level 2 character. Yeah. So at level 2, you pick up your calling and you pick up a craft, and that's going to give you certain features and talents which come from your calling. If I crawl. Yep. And then your craft is going to give you your deeds, your tax. Now, the first page kind of looks like this like fun exploration, maybe not light RPG, right? But it looks OSR-ish. The second page does not.
No. The second page looks like 4E. And this is, I'm a firm believer, right, that presentation matters, and that you should try to outsource as much complexity as you can into your materials. And this is something that's, like I mentioned Gloomhaven earlier. Gloomhaven does this well. The game takes 90 minutes to set up, sometimes 60 minutes, 45 minutes to set up. But once you do, the actual gameplay loop of choosing your 2 cards and putting them down is pretty simple. So in this case, the character sheet can be a little bit daunting, but actually everything on it exists to facilitate play and make it easier and
Is it
faster.
reasonable to assume that I would never need to flip this sheet over unless I was in combat?
I didn't have, yes, it is. Unless, you know, I say that erasing and gaining check marks on your abilities can be a consequence of sparks and shadows if you want to use them.
Got
like
it.
that.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Um,
But typically you don't have to look at this out of combat, and you don't have to look at the other side while you're in combat.
So fundamentally, what we're looking at here, and I'm going to do my best. So please.
Sure.
So we've got 6 combat values, which are essentially combinations of other abilities. So your agility plus your skill value is your initiative modifier. Your key stat plus your skill bonus is your accuracy modifier. Your agility plus your armor bonus is your guard modifier. Spirit and skill is resist. And we talked about before, resist is sort of the saving throw mechanic.
No, yeah, guard and resist are like your 2 defenses.
Right, guard's like physical.
Kind of like, yeah, it's like armor class, and resist is like
will save. Okay.
Or yeah, it's like fort, reflex, and will kind of all rolled into one a little bit. And then prevail is your saving throw.
Got it.
Prevail, you can use prevail to overcome a negative effect you're suffering from, but also to help an adjacent ally, or you can use it after harming an enemy to try and remove a beneficial effect from them. So it's how you like disrupt enemy spell effects,
right,
or like knock the ogre out of its rage.
Vin really liked that as a mechanic. And then we get to tenacity, and tenacity has to do with what happens when your character goes to 0. You know, to be honest with you, I think this is a sort of a more modern trope that we're seeing in games. You know, I know Draw Steel is doing this, but this idea that going to 0 and then falling unconscious and then just laying there bleeding out is not exactly the most entertaining thing in the world.
Yeah.
And so tenacity is sort of a fun way to say, well, you can keep fighting, but you're out of hit points now. Hit points are like your Halo shield, and you've run out of them. And so now you're going to be risking actual damage. You're going to be risking injuries. You're going to be risking these real problems. And as long as you can keep your tenacity up, you could keep taking hits and keep fighting, but it's going to start costing you in the form of lasting, lingering injuries and problems draining to your endurance and the like.
Well, it's essentially like once you're down to 0, you start making tenacity checks every time.
0 hit points.
0 hit points against the amount of damage that you would have taken. It forms the target number. So, and as long as you succeed, you can keep fighting no problem with no penalty. Yeah. But if you fail, you suffer a scar and get knocked out. You can be brought back up. If you fail with a shadow, right, you sustain an injury and lose a little bit of endurance, which will have a lasting effect until you take time to recover. And if you fail with 2 shadows, you die instantly. Right. So there's still the small potential with each tenacity check that you're just going to be decapitated.
Right. But you're not in risk of becoming decapitated until you are at 0 and you're continuing to fight, right? That's right. And so to answer KC's question, are you still up or crawling around the ground? No, you're up. You're fighting. You know, you're being tenacious. You're staying up. Now, if you take a hit after that and fail your tenacity check, then you might be taken out of the fight. But you kind of get this like you're blinking red. You're still fighting, but you're still having this, you know, sort of now you have a real risk. So the game has 3 categories. Well, I guess 4 categories because they're special, but
3 main ones and then like items and other stuff.
So the game has 3 categories of what are called deeds. Now, 4th edition would have called these powers. But what they basically are broken up into is the light deeds, okay, are basically your at wills. You can kind of do them whenever you want. And in fact, I believe these give you focus. Is that right?
Yeah, they don't give you focus, but if you end your turn without having used a heavy or mighty, then you gain focus. So you can use, if you end your turn without taking any deed, you also gain focus. So you get your resource back by refraining from using your most powerful stuff. You take a
right. So our character here, who remember is their calling is cleric and their craft type is curses. So, you know, you can see that the curse aspect comes in here with enfeeble and share pain and stuff like that. So they're able to make these attacks and then build up their focus. Now, this is a level 2 character. But as you get higher level, you're going to eventually build up to 4 heavies, which is kind of equivalent to 4 encounter powers from 4th edition, and 4 mighties, which is kind of equivalent to 4 dailies. And the thing is, these cost focus. So malevolence costs 2 points of focus. But then when you use malevolence, right, you mark one of these boxes, if I recall correctly, right? And now it costs more to use it again?
Yeah, it costs 1 more for each checkbox.
When do those reset?
When you take a night's rest. So yeah, rest for 8 hours. And you can remove 2 check marks when you take a moment's rest.
Got it.
Which isn't that bad. Why not just moment, and reset them all, right? Well, every time you rest, moment's rest or night's rest, you use food.
Yeah.
Right. So sometimes it makes more sense to back out, take the long rest you need.
Yeah. But these are going to be your more powerful abilities. And one of the things that I think is really important, like 4th edition did this in some of their design, but they didn't do it in enough design. And if they were smarter, they would have done it like this. If you look at these light attacks, you'll see that they have an effect, most of them have an effect on hitting. Like if you hit the target, and then if you do manage to roll a spark, so if you manage to roll 5 or higher, right, you can get this additional bonus effect. But if you look at the heavy deed, which costs focus, there's a base effect automatic. You're still rolling to hit, and that's going to increase the intensity of the effect. But if you use malevolence and you're cashing in this focus that you've earned, you're going to do 2d6 damage, and you're going to add +1 intensity to any of the target's harmful states. And it's a blast 3. Is that a 3x3?
Yeah, that's a 3x3 square. So yeah, it's a square with 3
but in 4th edition, a blast is equivalent to a cone, so it emanates from a person's square. But
a close blast is.
But then they called them burst at range. So it's blast 3 meaning ranged out.
Yeah, it's at a range up to your spell range, right, which is determined by your weapon. For a normal blast, there's 3 area of effects. This is a total digression, but there's 3 types of AoE: blast, spread, and path. And blast is just a square. Spread is like a burst in 4e. It's emanating from a creature or point, and then path, which is a snaking connection.
And at this point, I have to ask the obvious question. Okay.
Yeah.
We're inspired by 4th edition. We're inspired by perhaps Strike.
Yep.
I assume 1 square is 1 square.
Yep.
So I got to ask, why not hexes? It's all.
I have a different tactical game with hexes, but it's bad. I don't recommend it. But
hexes, you solve all the issues. Then you have to worry about diagonal movement, being faster.
But you can't move in a straight line in certain. I guess
but you can't move in all straight lines on a grid either.
I don't.
To be clear, to be clear, on a grid you can move in 8 straight lines.
Yeah, I mean,
and on a hex grid, you can move 6. Yeah. I'm just saying, it's literally 2 dust degrees of freedom. That's it.
I think for Draw Steel, right, the justification was like, everybody already has castles that are fucking squares. Everybody already has minis that fit.
You played Gloomhaven. It sounds like you played Gloomhaven. They used hexes, and they clearly had rectangular rooms.
And some of those maps bother. It's hard to figure out the orientation. But
yes, Ben, thank you. Hex is greater than square. So there you go. There's Derek house rule number 2. I'm bringing in hexes. So this is like really interesting, by the way. Ben says, I'm kind of over rolling to hit these days, but I love rolling for interesting outcomes. And I think that's a cool way to kind of think of it as well. But I do love that the basic attacks use this basic attack, this just hit or miss basically. And then
and I mean, this plays very heavily into something that I might as well bring up now, which is that I wanted this gradual crossfade from, the grim dark. I guess I don't like grim dark, but the super lethal OSR style combat that you experience at low levels where misses happen rather frequently to at high levels, they almost never happen, because at high levels, you are generating a lot more focus. So your light deeds end up being not used a whole lot in
Sure.
the end game. Instead, you have heavies and mighties, and you're using those.
And
almost all the
anybody who
time.
played 4th edition knows that at the beginning of the game, you're spamming your at-wills all the time. And then by the time you're in your mid-levels, you're pretty much only using your encounter powers and daily powers. You're using your cool stuff or your magic item powers or whatever.
Right.
And again, we're not going to get into all of this thing, but what you do have here is for each combat value, you have a state. So these are like your conditions, but basically it's either a plus to that condition or a minus to that condition. So, if you're accurate or inaccurate, that's going to give you a bonus to your accuracy stat or a penalty to your accuracy stat. If you're guarded or unguarded, fortified or frailed is plus damage, minus damage. Hastened, hindered is plus or minus to your initiative. Mending, poison is plus or minus hit points. So it's like regen or poisoned. Probably should call that regen because everyone's going to call it regen.
I mean, it doesn't fit in the box.
No, you just call it regen. No, just call it regen. Just call it regen. All right.
It's too gamey.
Too gamey.
Yeah.
Come on.
The mending feels natural. It's like the stitching together.
All right, I'm making a poll. All right, so there's a condition that restores HP to you each round. Should it be regen or mending? We'll see what the people have to say.
Oh, did you make a game, Derek?
No, just saying. You talked about
is regen the term in your
you talked about how people have a language and we should embrace that language, and they call it hit points. They're going to call it regen. Well, you know what? All right. It is gamey, but
I get to vote.
Yes, you do. You do get to vote on this.
My vote makes the difference. Yes.
Well, it's 50. It's 50-50. So level 2 gender, I think, has the most reasonable take, which is I would go with regen, but I 100% agree it's super gamey. So I would agree it is super gamey. Okay, but granted, I'd like to point out that right across from this, there is something called malevolence, and it says add +1 intensity to target's harmful states, which is like the most gamey language of all time.
Which is like something you would say.
Right, I could totally say that. You're like, I call upon the dark powers. Your soul weeps as I increase the intensity of your harmful states.
All right, your point is well made. Your point is
Look, it's your game. You do whatever you want. I'm just saying.
Everyone used to say in the older version there were way too many states. It's too hard to keep track of and understand. And paring them down and simplifying them like this, and then giving them a dedicated space on the character sheet really kind of solved that problem. Now it's pretty intuitive.
I think now. You might look at this one. There's a lot. No, Pathfinder 2 and 4th edition, trust me, have more conditions than this. I think this simple numeric system may be like my favorite way to track this because it's easy, simple. You can track it here very quickly, very simply. You could have a bunch of different effects and states on you, and it really gives you a fun way to interact with them because now instead of it being binary, plus or minus, you have things like this malevolence where if I'm assuming that the way that this works is it only increases the intensity if it's there. Right.
Yeah,
so like,
right. Yeah, it doesn't add all of those conditions.
But this is a situation where tactically you could be like, hey, everybody, I'm building up to a malevolence. Everybody stack debuffs on the targets because I'm about to hit them with malevolence, and that's going to hit +1 or +2 intensity to all of their states, you know?
Beowulf has a question.
Oh, yes.
Was the name of the game covered at the start of the stream? Why Trespasser? The game the game has had a lot of names over time. It was called Curses and Copper at the start, which was very in line with kind of the Looney Tunes, like, DCC kind of inspiration. I changed it to Trespasser as I started finding what the theme of the game was, which is about being a displaced person who, whose world has kind of failed them, right? They don't have a home to return to. They don't have food, anything they need. They essentially, they're trespassing upon a world that once they used to call home, which I think is something a lot of people can relate to. And the game is about carving out safe refuge for yourself, a place where you are not a trespasser. And it's also it's about going into dungeons, into forbidden places where you're not welcome. So yeah, those are all the reasons. But trespassers are people who stepped off the path. Right.
It's really highlighting the fact that yes, as an adventurer, you are basically breaking into people's homes and kicking them in the face and stealing their stuff and then leaving.
But in this case, the people are, the evil overlords who have turned the world to ruin,
right.
whom, and you must seize their bloodstained thrones
naturally.
For yourself.
Now, someone asked a question, I think it was KC, I'm not sure, earlier, and I didn't know the answer, but it just occurred to me when Beowulf was asking, what happens? Yeah, Keith asked it. Do you die at 0 endurance?
Oh, at zero endurance, you can't be healed by any means, but you, like we talked about, you don't lose recovery dice or hit points from losing endurance, so you can still have some hit points and recovery dice remaining. Those will have to last you until you get back to the haven. And then once you're at the haven, it's kind of like the safe zone and tag or whatever. At that point, you, at the end of spending a week there, you replenish all your resources.
All right.
So. Yeah, but it does turn into this like timer, this race against.
There's a good 57% said regen, 42% said mending. Just saying. So
wow.
There you go. It was very close.
Almost half of people think I'm right.
That's a good way to look at it. I like this way of handling the states and handling that stuff. I think it's done really well. Okay.
Yeah. And the intensity of the state is the number attached to it, and that influences how hard it is to clear too. So if you want something to really stick, you can stack it up, right? Everything's additive and subtractive. The opposite ones cancel out. So
it's like +1/+1 counters and -1 counters in Magic, right? Like it's
you're not managing accurate and inaccurate at the same time. If you gain accurate 2, you lose 2.
And I could say, and I speak for a lot of the tactical people here. One of the things that I like about this is I like for things like this to stack. I like the idea of like, hey, let's all use our whatever, guard debuff and really debuff this guy's, guard and make it hard for him to, recover from that. Because one of the things that's very frustrating in a lot of these games, it's like, it's a classic 5e problem. Hey, we did the thing and we got advantage. And you're like, hey, I got a cool thing too. And it's like, yeah, that gives me advantage. I don't care about that anymore. Right, because that's not going to help me. And so it's like in, Pathfinder 2, there's only 3 bonus types, and one of them is items, so you really can't get that. So there's really only 2 bonus types. And it's like once someone's giving you a status bonus, like the classic example is like, hey, the cleric cast bless or whatever on me, and you're like, cool. And the bard's like, I'm going to sing my song. You're like, don't bother. It's not going to do anything for me, So I really like that. I think that's really cool. All right. Is there anything else you want to say about the combat states or go into any of the detail about it? Anything interesting?
No, I think it's a decent combat system. It definitely works. No, I think it's really fun. I've had a lot of fun experiences with it, and it is just one component of what this game is.
And I also like that you even have this area here, down at the bottom for miscellaneous states that you may gain that are special.
Getting turned into a frog.
Right. We don't need to literally define everything, but like maybe it's specific to that monster or specific to that stat block or whatever like that. Very cool. By the way, look how nasty burning is. So you suffer XD6 damage. So if you're burning 1, you're going to take XD6 damage, and then it becomes 2d6, and then it becomes 3d6, and then it becomes 4d6. How cool is that? That's awesome.
Right, and that also means the target number to clear it is lower, right? Just target number is 10 plus intensity. So burning 1, it's only 11 to clear. It's easy to put yourself out of fire. You take the same damage with poison 4, right? 4 damage per turn from poison, but that's a target number 14 to clear. So
and so we talked a lot about endurance, but I do think it's worth mentioning this page.
Yeah, we haven't even gotten to the page yet, but this tells you the main ways you lose it.
Ben is asking his I don't know if this is his OSR. I think this is his OSR metric. Does the game, or maybe it's his simulationist metric, does the game have the damage for a candle listed?
It doesn't have damage for a candle, but it does have rules for throwing candles. They automatically snuff out when they land on the ground. It has rules for their light radius, and
Right.
yeah.
But no.
So,
And I should point out that Torchbearer does have damage rating for candle in that it says this cannot deal damage. A torch can, but not a candle. There's not enough. There's not enough heat there apparently. Half credit. Okay, good. Sounds good.
right.
Sable said, not sure if it's been asked yet, but what actually inspired you to make Trespasser as a system? It's been mentioned that that you built it for your table, but why do that? What is it that you were trying to solve?
Because they are a bunch of min-maxing fucks, like Derek said, and I always wanted to play OSR with them, but there wasn't enough in a typical OSR system for them to grab onto. They wanted,
More crunch.
I think, yeah, we didn't stay interested trying systems that were too light, or those never really grabbed our eye. So I added more crunch. That's how.
And I've talked about this on the channel before, which is that for years, I mean, going back to when the quote unquote OSR first started. I mean, I grew up playing second edition AD&D, but and first edition AD&D, but when the OSR first started, like we always felt like, growing up that like that was considered like the old hat, and we were trying to almost shun it, and we were like, maybe we missed out on something like that, and we went back to Labyrinth Lords, and we went to Adventure Conqueror King, and we went to Osric, and we went to all these like old school games, and we'd sit down, we'd play them, we'd have a lot of fun, and then after like 3 or 4 or 5 sessions, we'd be kind of bored because we'd be like, there's just not enough for us to play with. I like
Right.
my games to be a game. I like games that have a certain degree of complexity to them, and I don't think anybody should feel ashamed for that. So that's a good reason enough for me. Okay, endurance. So we've talked about this before, but your maximum endurance is 10 plus your spirit rating. So if your spirit's 2 or 3, you're going to start with 12 or 13 endurance. At the start of the adventuring day, aka after you've taken your night's rest, you lose all of your other recovery dice, and it resets to your maximum, to your current endurance score. So if your endurance started in town at 12 and you've been battling for a while, now your endurance is down to 8 or 9. When you wake up in the morning, you don't have 12 hit dice or 12 healing surges. You have 9 healing surges. And that's going to be what you can use throughout the day to recover your hit points. So what can make us lose endurance? Because that's the real question. Number one, rule 0 is evil GM factors, right? It's another great thing that as a GM, you could use this as a fun way to mess with people. But hunger is one. You have to eat every time you take a moment's rest or a night's rest. And then you have to make a depletion check for your ration, potentially doing it. If you cannot eat when you take a moment's rest or a night's rest, you lose 1 endurance. So if your food runs out because you're taking too many rests, or maybe something bad happens to your food because like something was costly and your food got damaged, or it got lost, right?
Yeah. Or a harpy attacked you, who in this game steal your food on a spark,
right? Right.
Shadow.
Then potentially you might run out of food, and this isn't like Pathfinder 2 where you can carry 55 days of food for the same encumbrance that a sword takes, right? It's 1 ration is 1 slot, and sure you might get 1 or 2 uses out of it, 3 uses, but then you're living on borrowed time. That ration is eventually going to get consumed. Secondly, if you didn't take a rest, you're going to lose a point of endurance. So if you can't get that full restful night's sleep, you're going to lose a point of endurance. So that player could say, I'm going to stay up, I'm going to take the watch, I'm going to keep eyes out. Great, cool. Everybody needs sleep. You lose a point of endurance, which is, they might be willing to accept that. They're paying a price for that action. And I think that's what makes it so cool. We talked about this before, that shadow, one of the shadows is harmful, and that could cause you to lose an endurance. If you fail a tenacity check during combat, if you actually get taken out in combat, you lose an endurance because you suffer a wound. If the group decides we don't want a TPK here, we're going to just flee, great. You lose a point of endurance, all of you. And if you have to carry out someone's prone form, you lose 2 endurance. So that...
Yeah, you take their hit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And lastly...
Nobody gets away.
And lastly, and lastly, I think this one's really interesting, is... Tundis has included a system similar to 4th edition where you have sort of combat spells, which are basically deeds, right? You use them in combat. You can use focus to cast them. But there's also all the other cool, fun D&D type rituals that you would want to have to be able to do fun stuff outside of combat in the dungeon. But they cost endurance. And some of the good ones, you need to risk or spend your endurance to actually get reasonable or good effects. And some of the most potent rituals require probably more endurance than most people can even come up with. So you actually have to like figure out other ways to provide sources of endurance, like doing it on the right, the ritual under the full moon and having the powdered horn of a unicorn and all this other stuff. So very cool. It's like it's a little bit more mechanical form of the Dungeon World ritual system, which I really, really like.
Yeah, there's 2 tiers. Incantations, which you can cast in the dungeon. They take 10 minutes to cast. So they can be done as a dungeon action. And you always spend 1 endurance on those. Rituals require a whole lot more preparation worked into them, and can be done as, in the Haven frame, basically. Like, as a course of weeks, not days. But yeah. And you can wager for more. And usually there's a good thing. If you wager endurance and succeed on your casting check, you can get more sparks. And a lot of the spells turn into something cool with enough sparks. So like speak with animals, if you get 5 sparks on it somehow by wagering a lot of endurance, it's permanent, right? The animal can talk forever.
That's very cool.
So yeah, there's stuff like that.
So self-confessed cynic, what made you decide on the name Frames?
Because they're time frames, so I'm just leaving the time out, but they are, conceptually unified by the fact that they're talking
weeks,
about different
days,
time frames.
Not hours, but half hours, and then seconds, right?
Right. I just didn't want to say time frame every time that I wrote it out in words.
And then lastly, we talked about this, but if your endurance falls to 0, you can no longer regain hit points, and at the end of each day, you have to make a tenacity check or die, and that keeps going up by +1. So eventually you're Frodo and Sam, right, on the edge of Mount Doom. Frodo's run out. He's at 0 endurance. I can't carry it for you. I can carry you. Sam makes one last check, brings them into Mordor. They're laying there dying, but then Gandalf saves, but then plot armor comes in and Gandalf saves them with the eagles. Now this endurance matters, except it also doesn't matter, right? And it doesn't actually affect any of your game stats. It only affects your ability to recover. So it's this really cool mechanism. When we play Pathfinder 2, as an example, I know you didn't play Pathfinder 2, Tundis, but Smith and I very quickly realized that the condition that we used for this was the doomed condition, because wounded came back as soon as you treated wound, but doomed came back at a much slower pace. And if you reached Doom 4 or Doom 5, your character died. But up until that point, it didn't do anything to you. So it was scary. It was a clock that was ticking down, but it didn't impact your ability to actually have fun and play the game. Endurance does this in a very cool way and a very interesting way. And I think this is a really cool game design choice, especially for a so-called tactical combat game. I think, you remember in the beginning of the stream, your supposition about those haters that said you can't combine OSR and tactical combat.
Yeah.
This is the mechanic that bridges the gap. This is the glue that lets you tie those tactical combat outcomes to this sort of gritty survival mode aspect. Because if you can now get out of a fight and everybody looks around and you go, hey, we beat that fight. No one went down. We didn't lose any endurance for that fight. Good job, team. Right? That was awesome. Because if we kept going into fights and keep getting our ass beat and we keep going down and we keep getting whatever, we're going to get chewed up by this endurance and we're not going to be able to accomplish our goals. And so it makes you feel good for having beat the encounter, which I think is important for a tactical game.
Yeah, I mean, this game, right, I put it out in 22, the first version I published, and it was frozen in ice for like a year, more than a year, because I couldn't really unlock that. And figuring out endurance and sparks and shadows were kind of the 2 keys.
Where did that come from? I mean, what were the sources of inspiration there?
Endurance, I don't know. I knew that it needed something above, thinking about the day, thinking about long rest. There had to be something longer. There has to be something has to create the loop. Yeah, the gameplay loop of going out and going back. Something has to incentivize, this cycle of expeditions and return.
High praise from Ben. This is an interesting system. We'll definitely check it out. Thank you again, Ben. Thank you for supporting.
Hey, thank you so much, Ben.
And thank you again, Ben, for the generous tip. I don't know if you're heading out, Ben, but thank you. I look forward to more indie. I love the Fabulous Ultimate people have been like, Derek, you got to get Emmanuel on the channel. We've actually talked. We've actually talked and
awesome.
hung out a little bit at Gen Con and stuff. That was a lot of fun. But
you and I almost met at Gen Con, but yeah, I was there, and I reached out a couple times about meeting up with other knights, but
and we definitely did. So
I was having a bad time last summer, and yeah, and so I was basically there because you know, to justify spending the money. I was not feeling the trip at all, so I couldn't really bring myself out. But I almost wanted to come
I should be there again this year.
Next time.
We'll definitely be at Origins. What if you don't have any virgins to sacrifice? Ben said EVOO. I always call it EVOO. I don't know if anyone else does, but I call it EVOO because of Rachel Ray. Anyways, extra virgin olive oil.
Okay. Got it.
So here we talk about the resting. So a moment's rest is a short break in exploration. It takes a moment's rest. Each character must eat, making a depletion check. If they don't want to, or they can't, they lose an endurance. Is that the way to read that?
Yeah, but they still get the benefits of the rest. They just pay an endurance for it instead of
Got
ration.
It. And you can regain your hit points. You can repair some armor, and you can erase those check marks, which make your abilities cost more and more and more. Also, I didn't get into this, but you know, I've talked before about one of the flaws of 4th edition, which is that at the beginning of the fight is when everybody uses their coolest, biggest powers. And if you ever watch Voltron or Power Rangers, that's not how it works. It's a horrible tension mechanic. So Mighty Deeds cost 4 focus, which means that most of the time, and if you've used them once or twice before and you haven't taken a moment's rest, they might cost 5 focus or 6 focus. It's unlikely that you're going to be able to start the fight with those unless you're like deep in the tank and you're really messed up and you're like, you know, fighting and you're grim and you've kind of got that, like, you know, John McClane, you know, limit breaks basically, like you're starting the fight with 5 focus and you're like, I can do my mighty deed because, you know, the risk is super high, but your power is super high. But you're never going to be able to like start the fight off in a normal situation where you're like, I'm at full hit points and I'm totally fine and it's round 1 and here's my most powerful ability in the game. And it's like, no. Because when you do that, every round that happens after that is more boring than the one that came before it because you don't have your cool ability to look forward to.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And yeah. Alpha striking is tough. The limits on the focus like exist to prevent that from happening. I want people to like, hey, use a light deed and reposition this first round of combat. Like, you know, line yourselves up and then you'll be ready for focus.
Absolutely.
You know, to really unload next round, and then maybe by the time you get enough focus for another big hit, the combat will be winding down.
It's D really likes the cat.
Yeah,
that's our resting cat.
I just needed a place to put
all right. So we made it to chapter 3. Congrats.
Oh my gosh. How many are left?
10. 9. Yeah. So 13. So 9. So
11.
I don't know if this is on, I have to ask if this is on purpose. So you talk about setting goals and it says often, and it's in bold, and it says often they are trying to capture, kill, or drive off. And in Torchbearer, the 3 primary conflict types are capture, kill, and drive off. I wonder if is that just random coincidence or is...
You know, that might be like an Inception kind of thing. Yeah. I mean, but, you know, I would explain this process more, but there needed to be room for the picture on this page. So that's a big influence on my design.
Well, especially when we're using MS Word like a crazy person.
The thing, once you're a couple hundred pages in, it's hard to
at this point you're like, why didn't you change that mechanic? You're like, because I would have had to have to retypeset like hundreds of pages. Anything that's in the first 100 pages of the book is just locked at this point. I'm not doing any more typesetting. Okay, so real quick, I did say it's something
Yeah.
Oh
yeah.
Initiative.
You've been waiting for this.
I do like this. I mean, not to poo-poo on it, but like, you know, the rest of the combat works kind of the way you think it is, right? You take actions, you get 3 actions, you know, which is like, it's like 4th edition where you had a standard move and a minor, or like Pathfinder 2 where you have 3 actions. What you do that's really smart, which is what I don't know why Pathfinder 2 didn't do this, is with the exception of like what I think everything is just a single action. Is that right? Yeah.
Yeah, basically.
And so what Pathfinder 2 did is they said, hey, some of these abilities are really powerful and we don't want people to do them more than once a round. So we're going to make them cost 2 actions. And unfortunately, Pathfinder 2 created a trait called Flourish, and Flourish says you can only do this once a turn. And it's like the whole point of a 3 action is so that you can do 3 things. And so what I love is that you recognize that doing deeds multiple times per turn would be very powerful, unless you have a meta resource to do that, which you do. And so you just said,
and we've talked all the time about like map effects, right? And how crappy it feels to like, a lot of people complained when they saw this. They were expecting a 3 action system like BF2, and
I love it.
No, you don't.
I prefer it.
You don't do 1 good attack per turn and be happy with that, and then you've got this other resource resolve that will let you break those rules.
But no, I think that just basically saying, look, you get to do 1 cool thing per turn, but it's not going to eat up your whole turn. You're still going to get 2 actions to do other things, which I think is really great. But let's talk about the initiative. So the way it works, number 1, which is really cool, you roll initiative every turn. So it's random.
But Derek, won't that take forever?
Right, exactly. And to be clear, normally I would hate this, but what I like about this is instead of having to order people in some sort of crazy weird thing, instead, there are just 3 phases. The enemy phase, and then players who pass the initiative check, they get to go before the enemies. And if the players fail the initiative check, they go after the enemies. And the players can go in any order they want in that phase. But other than that, that's the only check you're making. It's a static check, right, against the fixed initiative score. Now, every enemy is going to have a different initiative score. And whichever, the enemy group's highest initiative scores is used on the target. And you can just write down. So all the players know at the beginning of the round, hey, you have 15, roll. And that's great. And instead of it just...
And you write that down on the table so they can handle it themselves. So
the GM is not... The thing I don't like about initiative is the GM has to do all this crazy, weird sorting. And it's like, no, like, you write this down, the players roll, they immediately know their initiative, and they can get into their action. So it's a phased initiative. But unlike traditional side-based initiative, where it's they go, I go, or sorry, they go, we go, or we go, they go, you have this little bit of a distinction, which is your quick, fast characters can go before the enemy. And then your slow characters can go, after the enemy. But then you get sorry, I was gonna say, but you get these fun moments where like you roll bad in the first round, you go last, but then you roll good in the second round, and now you go first, and it feels like you get to take 2 turns in a row.
Yeah, or you get a crit and you take 2 turns that round, which feels pretty good and makes everybody look forward to rolling initiative just to see if.
And you're rolling that every turn. Right. So like once a fight, probably someone's going to roll a 20 on their initiative, and you're going to be like, hot damn, like that's cool,
Yep.
And that feels like a fucking win, like that's huge. Yeah. So I love it. I love it. I absolutely love it. Like this initiative is fun to roll.
Usually it's really fun. It's really fast. And the way it breaks down, like most of the time, is that 1 or 2 people will go before the enemies and 1 or 2 people will go after. So that usually means when the players have to decide who should we put up, who's at bat, it's just one person or another person. It's an easy decision to make most of the time. It just breaks it down so that they're not totally
Now, am I being metagamey? Because my strategic brain, my spike brain is like, wait a second. So if the enemy consists of a bunch of like slow, dirtily things, and then like a quick drow spellcaster, if I kill the quick drow spellcaster, does that mean that the initiative DC drops?
Currently, I think that is how it works, rules as written. In past versions, I've specified that it remains the same for the entire combat, just to simplify. I'm not sure which is better. Like
I could see both, because I understand the complexity of it changing and like the value in just saying it's 14 for this fight or it's 13 for this fight. But I also love like the tactical opportunity of like, hey, if we kill that monster, then the DC drops and we're all much more likely to go before the monster. So that's kind of interesting.
Yeah, and it's a little bit woven into the game, right? We haven't had time to talk about monster rolls or anything like that. But it uses 4E roll system, and there's the enchanter, right? The support the support
Right.
monster role, and they have the highest initiative in the game. So while the enchanter is present, it's going to be hard to go first. The enemies are going to take the initiative a lot because presumably this monster is like leading the other
Right.
ones. And if you take them out, their initiative drops, and yeah, suddenly it's an even playing field again. I don't know. Yeah, I think there's strategic, there's tactical opportunity in there that I was like, I might as well not write this out of the game.
I like it.
Maybe it could lead us to
it to me, it's a great compromise between like the awesomeness of like old school initiative systems, which I love them for their wildness and their feralness, which has sort of been neutered in modern systems. But every time I've tried to think of a way to sort of do it, and I've seen some games mess around with this idea of sort of a DC based initiative system. In fact, I talked about doing this for Pathfinder 2, where initiative was just going to be a check against the static DC of the opponent's initiative, and you went before them or after them. So, like, I mean, this is not like crazy, but I think this is a great way to do it. But the thing that I think, believe it or not, that makes this my favorite is the nat 20 take an extra turn, like that.
It's just really awesome when it happens.
Because my biggest problem with initiative is ultimately it's boring in a certain sense because everybody's still just going to go once, you know, and so this makes it so that you get to go twice, which is why part of me is kind of like, I would love it if it was like, if you got 2 sparks on your initiative roll, that you would get to go twice. Because now, obviously,
and then agility becomes the go-to.
Well, it's still, I mean, double sparks is still pretty tough. I'm just saying, like, something where, you know, there's a little bit more than just rely. I mean, I'm not saying, again, there's probably a lot of game mechanical balance to that, but I do like this idea of like the fast character or whatever like that. But anyways.
Yeah. I mean, the thief can take a talent that increases that chance to.
Oh, that's actually huge. That's 10%. That's great. Yeah. Actually, I take that back. Yeah. That's actually a much better and more elegant solution because then you don't have that problem of it getting spiraling out of control. Anyways, great stuff. So you get 3 actions on your turn, and one thing that really stands out to me here is you have a lot of reactions, and they're represented by this downward arrow, which is great. And I was gonna say all of them. None of the actions involve a die roll except for attempting a deed, but that's not true because jump I think includes a die roll, a check. Right. But for the most part, and there's an inelegance to that bothers me. But for most part, the only time you're going to be rolling a die, like, you know, a D20 roll on your turn, is when you're attempting your deed. Everything else, including the reactions, okay, they might involve a die roll, but they don't involve a D20 based check. And so I think this is, again, I don't know how long you've been watching this channel, Ton, but I love reactions. In Pathfinder 1, I built an entire reaction system. I think active defense feels much cooler than passive defense.
Oh yeah, that's one of my favorite things. You know, I think like, you know, the keys to Trespasser combat are the initiative system, the prevalence of reactions, and the active defense system. Those work together to really keep people engaged in a way that I don't
reaction.
see.
I mean, we've talked about reactions on this channel a lot before, but what you just hit the high points. It makes you feel more engaged with the game. It makes you pay attention more. It's a great way to sort of balance the long duration between turns. And one of my biggest problems with reactions, like attack of opportunity, and I've been saying this for a very, very long time, as I said, and I've talked about this with 4th edition, and like if I play this, I would say no attack roll. I said attack of opportunity just does damage, you know, like why are we rolling dice rolls? I don't want to be rolling dice rolls. And you have taken that, you know, and to a level here, which I think is so beautiful. For starters, reactions, the first one's free, but you could keep taking them. They just cost more focus. So now you've got this great trade-off, right? Each one beyond the first costs a point of focus. So your character could potentially block, but then you're not going to be doing your cool mega deed next round, right? And so that's really cool. That's really interesting because now you get these kind of great choices to make. But these things are so cool. Block. Take this reaction when you're hit by an attack. After you're hit, roll one of your armor dice. Reduce the damage by that amount. No check, no like counterplay. Just, my armor die is, I don't know, D8 or D6 or something like that. Roll it. Cool. Instead of taking 9 damage, I take 4. That feels good, right? That feels powerful. Okay, that's awesome. What about a counter? Well, if somebody attacks you and you roll a really high on your guard check, because I believe the players roll.
Yeah, player
right.
facing
So
rolls.
another huge thing. hey, this monster's attacking you. He brings up his massive club. It's a DC 15 guard check. Sure.
Yep.
The player's making the die roll. Hey, I rolled really well. Great. I'm going to use one of my reactions to counterattack them. Do I have to make another attack? Is this going to take a long time? Nope. Just roll 2 of your weapon dice damage and hit them. Boom.
Yeah.
Immediate.
And and then you take the brawling craft, right? And on your counter, you also like punch them, send them flying back, and they're not prone. It's like all these things kind of grow and develop into their own things.
So very cool. And again, and there's other reactions that the classes get and that the callings get, I should say. So very cool. We're not going to go through all of them, but this is just a fantastic system that is actually legitimately a 3-action system, because everything is an action or free. So you're going to be able to attempt a deed and take cover and use an item or move, and it's there's never going to be a situation where you're actually going, hey, it's a 3-action system, but I'm only taking 2 actions because I'm taking an activity that takes 2 actions, which is most spellcasters.
Yeah, when people play the game, they don't miss those extra attacks as much as they thought, right? That you'd get in PF2 because you're using those action points for other things.
This is how you make the game. Hey, I'm going to do stuff. I'm going to move. I'm going to prevail. I'm going to help my allies. I'm going to kick in the door. I'm going to do all this other stuff and not feel like I'm wasting my actions, because the game's look, you can't use these actions to do an attack. You only get 1 per turn, and that's just a great way to just keep it controlled. And even then, if you're really I really want to make 2 attacks, great. There's a mechanic called Resolve.
Oh, resolve. Yeah, resolve. Right. Which is actually super key to the whole injury and endurance system, but which we haven't really talked about yet. There's a lot of systems.
Movement is movement. You've got push, pull, drag, sweep, all this other stuff.
This is all textbook.
Yeah, textbook stuff. What your base speed is, your jump movement, all that other stuff. We're not really need to go through.
Yeah, there's collision rules. Right. There's falling damage. There's cover. There's
right. We've got rules for walls, terrain, obstacles, concealment, and all this other stuff. So pretty much normal stuff. Good choice.
Yeah. Importantly, a lot of the deeds influence the terrain, right? Like a fireball will leave behind a cloud, and that makes a tactical difference, right?
Does a reaction cost an action, or is it a separate thing? KC, it is a separate thing.
Yeah, and you get 1 for free. You can take any number more, but each one beyond the first costs a point of focus, which is your core resource.
Very cool. You mentioned the collision rules. This is something that Matt Colville's doing in Draw Steel, I know, is very big into throwing people into walls and taking extra damage and all this other stuff.
Right.
Beowulf says, can this be played Theater of the Mind, or are you tied to the grid? It'd be tough to play it.
It'd be tough. In that case, I think you might want to swap out the combat for something, right? Like a different, use the exploration and travel and haven rules, and then I don't know what you change it with though.
And so then we've talked about the deeds, but you got some great example here. But the key thing here is, unless you're spending this resolve resource, you're going to be doing 1 deed per turn. And deeds tend to fall into 2 categories, which is a support deed or an attack deed, right? Yep. So basically you're either buffing yourself, healing yourself, doing something like that, or you are attacking somebody. And here's an example of a light deed. Now remember, these are the ones that do not cost focus. You can kind of use these over and over again. In fact, if you use a light deed, you actually gain focus at the end of the round. Or I should say it.
And this is actually a terrible example, because it's one of the only ones in the game that confers a state on hit and then deals damage on a spark. Most of them have that reverse.
Right. But you know what though?
This needs to be.
But you know what though? Actually though, I kind of like. I like this being this way, because it's somebody who prioritizes the condition, the dot, right, over the raw damage. So I actually kind of like it.
And this deed naturally belongs to the curses craft.
Now I'm going to say something, and you're not going to like it. Okay.
Sure.
Here's the problem. This icon indicates the skill die. But for the majority of the game, the skill die will not be a D6.
Yeah, but it starts as a D6, and then by level 4, when it increases in size, you understand what that symbol means.
All right. I'll trust but verify.
Would you rather have it be a W in
no,
brackets? It can be a W.
That's terrible and horrible too. But I mean, I'm just saying that there's a natural kind of listen. You know the story of Richard Garfield and Time Walk? Okay,
No.
So Richard Garfield was designing magic, and he had like a playtest session.
Oh yeah, Time Walk.
And he had a bunch of playtesters, and he said, "How are you liking the game?" This is like when it was on pieces of paper, and she goes, "I'm having a lot of fun, but I do think my card's a little powerful. When I cast it, I just win the game." And he was like, "Oh, what spell is that?" And she's like, "This one." And he pulls out Time Walk, and it says, "Opponent loses next turn." And he was like, "Oh shit, this is going to be harder. This is going to be harder than I thought," because she read that and thought it meant my opponent loses the game. Right? Instead of saying, you take an extra turn, it said opponent loses next turn. He's like, So,
it took them so long to figure out the language.
They're still changing it. They just got rid of enter the battlefield, and now it says enters instead of enter the battlefield. In fact, and before that, it didn't say enter the battlefield at all. But Ben says, I don't know if this was covered, but is all damage fixed in this game? No, you have a weapon damage, right, that you roll, or it uses your skill die.
Yeah. You don't add a modifier or attribute to damage. You're just rolling dice.
That's nice.
Yeah, the base damage for light deeds is 2 dice typically. With an AoE, it might just be 1 die, but you're catching a couple enemies. So, yeah, and then of course, you can spark. You can earn sparks on accuracy checks, and add more dice to the roll. So
now, is this if I generate 2 sparks with this flesh rot attack? Am I going to be able to roll 4 dice of damage?
Oh yeah, you gain a spark for every 5 you surpass, right? If you earn 2, the spark option, sorry, I'm pointing at the screen as if you're going to see that. I've never been on a stream before. The spark option is an option for you to take at the cost of 1 spark.
So can I take it multiple times?
No.
No, okay, no.
Not for the one that's attached to the deed. That's the special deed spark. Got it. Call it. That one can only be taken once. But there is a set of 4 that can be taken repeatedly.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah, if you go to the next page, I think maybe the next page. There they are.
Oh, here we go. Okay.
No, down one. Yeah, there we go. Sparks.
I see. So all deeds have their own innate spark ability that you can use, and you can apply it once. You can choose this benefit once. However, there's other things that you can do with sparks. You don't have to use that deed specific spark. You can use these generic ones that can use with anyone's, such as if it's a pull, push, or sweep, you can pump it up to an additional 2 squares. If it infers a state, you can increase the intensity or create another effect with intensity. Or if it deals damage to the target, you can spend 1 spark to add an additional skill die to damage. So to that point, back to that venom power class, I could use the deed spark to add 2 dice of damage, and then I could use a power spark to add another die of damage. So that would do 3.
That's right. Yes. Yeah. And right. Yeah. What was I going to say? Oh yeah. And of course, these are on the character sheet because players need to reference their options. So
you don't have to like memorize all this. Yeah.
Yeah, you don't. Yeah, you don't.
Very cool. And here's a great example. So this is a light ability. This is Stone Strike. So you're going to.
This is a more normal.
Yeah. So you're going to be making your spell attack against one creature, and it targets their physical defense, their guard. That's not an opposed roll, right? It's just a static.
Just a static. Yeah. No opposed rolls.
Ding. And so it does. It hits, it does 2 skill die of damage, and it pushes that creature 2. But then it creates difficult terrain in each square that the target leaves. And if you get a spark, you could use that spark to do any of those things that we just talked about. Like, for example, you could use the impact spark and make this 4 squares of push. And then you would also generate 4 squares of difficult terrain. But you could also use it to create toppled. Or if you got a spark and a spark, you could push them 4 squares, make difficult terrain, knock them over, and do damage. Or you could do an extra die of damage and make them toppled. Or there's a lot of combinations.
Extra. You're going to be choosing extra damage a lot because
the best condition is dead.
The best condition is dead. But depending on if there's a cliff behind them and it's 4 squares away, right, then maybe adding push is a better option. That's how you get to dead faster.
So Ben asked a question. He said, how often are people going to need to, how much information is self-referential on the sheet? So like this is an example.
Well, let's look at it again. Yeah, let's look at it again now that we
Yeah.
know more. And you can see it has space for you to write out the full text of each deed. I hate those fucking 4E power cards and the way that nothing fit on your stuff. There was no room to write anything. I was like, this game has to fit on the front and back of a piece of paper. And so, yeah, it has dedicated space for each of the deeds. This is the maximum number you can get, so you're never going to have to move on to page 3 or whatever. And yeah, and in the bottom left there, you can see the little reminder box about the about the default sparks.
Okay. So yeah, so for the most part, you're going to flip this over, and and technically you have these hit points things on the front, but technically it's supposed to be tracked with a paper clip on the top, and then when you flip it over, it should line up correctly. If I'm looking at this correctly,
I've tested it; it does line up correctly.
I don't know how like how much I would trust the accuracy of this thing down to the nearest ones digit, but it's clever enough.
It's an idea I stole from Zweihander,
okay.
I think, or and it works pretty well in that case.
Also, additionally, this is the props to this. This was again laid out, lined up with MS Word.
I used Publisher, thank you, which Microsoft no longer supports, but I still
fantastic. Use it. So in addition, you got some generic stuff that you can use. Like everybody can just make a basic attack, right? Everybody can recover hit points during time. But remember, this is a support deed. So if you do this, you can heal yourself in combat using some of your recovery dice. However, you're not attacking then, right?
Yeah. And if you look at it, right, it's a recovery 1 with the base effect. So even if you fail,
you still get recovery 1 means
recovery 1 means you roll 1 recovery die, and then you regain that many hit points. Recovery 2 means you can roll up to 2 recovery.
Okay, but you're still spending 2.
Yeah, etc.
Got it.
Yeah. No, you're not. If you make a recovery 1, you only spend 1.
No, I know, but I'm saying it's not like if I get recovery 2, I still have to spend 2. It's not like I'm getting
spend 2. Yeah, that's right. And we already looked at the default deeds. Sorry, I have an alarm going off. I'll get that in a second. But you'll see that right, we have the intensity deed. So if you spark on this, if you roll a 15, that's a recovery 3. You can increase the intensity of the recovery. If you spark twice on it, it's a recovery 4. So you can, do a crit heal and do a recovery 5 if you roll well. And that's why the support actions make you roll a die 2 instead of just giving you an automatic effect.
Well, but I'm okay with that because it's like the idea is like the deed is the thing that you're rolling, right? For the most part, right? Which is, I think, which is totally fine, which is cool. And and the idea that, hey, I'm going to get to heal. You could just say, oh, instead of attacking this turn, you use your turn, you'd use your deed and you make a recovery and you get some hit points back. But by letting them get that cool chance to make the roll and maybe roll well and get like a really big heal or do something like that, like that's pretty cool. I think that.
And some of the callings, their core features are tied to the recover deed in some way. So like the warrior gets their special multi-attack back when they take the recover deed. So this light deed stays useful throughout the.
Got it. It's like a short.
All right, I gotta handle this for 1 sec. I'll be right back.
A short rest in Gloomhaven. Well, I can't believe it's already 10 o'clock. We're only in chapter 4, chapter 3. Oh, that was quick.
Sorry about that. Yeah.
So yeah. So we talked about other things here. So let's talk about retreat here because I think that's an interesting thing here.
Sure.
At the start of any round, the party may make a collective choice to retreat as long as they have a clear avenue to retreat, escape. If you're trapped in a windowless cell, I don't think you're getting away. If they decide to retreat, their initiative checks this round are made as a group check to flee from their attackers. If they succeed at the group check, the party escapes the encounter and they lose 1 endurance or 2 if they have to carry or drag a fallen ally. If they fail, they cannot find a window to escape this round. The judge gets to resolve another round of combat and the players use the results of their retreat check as their initiative roll. So it's not like they don't get to take any actions. It's just, you didn't get to flee. And presumably you rolled badly. And so you're going to go after the party. So it's like, there's no, you're not punished for trying to retreat, I guess. Right.
Right. Yeah. If you fail, the punishment is you have to endure another round.
But
of
I still get
combat
to,
where
I could
things
still
can get
fight
bad.
and I could still
Right.
move and I could still battle. It's not like you're like, you gave up
Yep.
your because one of the problems I think a lot of people have with flee is like when it's like, hey, you can keep fighting or you can try to flee. And you're like, okay, but if we try to flee and fail, then we're in a worse position than we were. So we should just go down fighting, right?
Yeah. In this case, they can try to flee, fail, and then have a really good round, and stuff turns around, and they're like,
Right,
"Hey,
right.
wait a minute, we can
Right.
do this," and then they don't try to retreat again. The next round.
I'm telling you, people, it's tiny little elements of game design that make all the difference. And this is one of those things where, you know, again, what gets rewarded gets repeated, but also like, I don't know, what gets punished gets avoided. And like a lot of times the reason why people do not want to flee is because they feel like their odds of success are better if they don't lose that round of fighting. And so it's just very clean, and this is not going to make them feel bad. They might be like, hey guys, so-and-so is down. They're already, you know, they're not unconscious, but they're in whatever tenacity mode or whatever. We should probably flee. Okay, everyone make a group check. Cool. Well, we didn't flee, but hey, we still get to fight. And the rogue's like, and I still rolled really well, so I'm actually going before the enemies. And you're like, oh shit, I just crit. Oh, ripped them apart. Oh my God, it's crazy. And everyone's like, oh, okay, let's keep fighting, you know? Whereas normally you have to make this really tough choice. And when it comes to something like retreating, you don't want players to feel badly that they wasted their turn by retreating. And that a lot of times what ends up happening is the players say, fuck it, we'll go down fighting. The last thing we want to do now is waste our turn, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. There's this, like, I've been in so many role-playing situations since I started in this hobby where we wanted to retreat, but the inertia was just so strong. Like nobody got it together because there was no concerted decision to do it. So I was like, oh yeah, this should be a group thing. It should just be a collective choice they can make at the start of the round. And then it makes it cooler when, you know, the lich gestures at the stone doors and they slide shut behind you. Then like,
right, you're like, it's on, shit. Right? Like that
option's off the table now. Like, when the GM decides to flex that muscle, it's very powerful.
KC says, I'm definitely voting for Trespasser round 2 in the next Discord poll if Tund is down. Would love to learn more about the Haven rules. I'm a sucker for base building systems. Yeah, we're definitely not going to get to the Haven rules today, but
I was so excited to. Like, I think it's the coolest part of the system.
I mean, look. If you want to, we can cover focus and resolve because I do want to cover, and we can jump to Haven. Yeah. It's your book.
I mean, I've enjoyed doing what we're doing, but yeah, we could. Yeah.
Okay. So real quick,
let's turn this into the four-parter it's supposed to be. Go through it.
Ben says you just got derricked. Beowulf says Haven, 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 Haven. So resolve is this resource that we've talked about because we talked about focus and whatever. This is how you gain it. And you can gain it during the course of the fight, and then I believe at the end of the fight it resets back down to whatever your intellect is, right? Yeah.
Right. Yeah, you can. Yeah, it can exceed your intellect during combat, but you always start combat with the same amount. You can't carry it between.
So resolve is this game's kind of meta currency. It's when the going gets tough, right? The tough get going, and
yeah, this is your safety valve against a death spiral, is what this is. And
and a game like 7th Sea does this really well as well. But so the idea here is you start the day with a resolve point if your endurance score. Remember, your endurance is that super long-term resource. If it below half its total, you start with a point. You gain an additional point at the start of any combat for every injury that you possess. We saw that on the character sheet, right? Like the injury charts. And then you gain 1 point if you watch an ally die. So if this is the we got a tip coming in. Stream part 2 of X hype. I like of X. I like the of X part.
Right.
Lollipop candy tip $10. Stream part 2 of X hype.
I'm always happy to come back and talk.
Excellent.
More
well, thank you, Lollipop. Yeah, the of X was great. So here the first one's great. As your endurance is wearing down, you're like, yeah, but now I get this free point every day. That's cool. Hey, I've got a bunch of injuries. I'm feeling kind of beat up, but man, I get to start every combat. There's almost a part of you where you're like, I kind of want these injuries.
Well, there aren't very many, but there are a couple that are permanent, right? You can lose an eye and it's gone for good. And then now you have a point of this really powerful resource every combat for the rest of the campaign. Like it makes you stronger forever.
And let's be clear here. you can spend one during combat to gain an additional action point to take an additional action. But here's where it's really important. You can also spend it to do a second deed. That means a second big attack, a second powerful thing. And that is very, very huge. Because now you can essentially, it's like an action point from 4th edition where you can basically make 2 big attacks. But the first 2 of these abilities are really cool. But the third one, I think, is the best one. Because if an ally does die, which means they're at 0 hit points, their whatever score is going up, someone does a bunch of damage, they fail with 2 shadows, you see them get their head chopped off. Every PC will suddenly gain an action point or a resolve point. And that means this is a great way to avoid the TPK spiral. Because now, like, the party member going down gives everybody in the party essentially an extra action in the next round or the round. And while that doesn't guarantee success, nothing is, it's a great way to stem that flow of bleeding, because you're like, well, we just lost a PC. We just lost 3 actions worth of actions. You're like, yeah, but we all just gained a resolve point. So we just gained 3 actions worth of actions. So it's like this awesome, like, now, granted, it sucks for the person who died, but it kind of avoids this. It doesn't completely negate the spiral, but it helps you avoid it.
Right.
So I love that. This is like one of my favorite, and these points feel way more earned than a fucking hero point, or an inspiration point. You don't get resolve points when you're leaving town. You get resolve points when you've been through it. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. When you've got your broken ankle and you're moving at reduced speed, but you're wheezing, you're adding extra shadows to some of your checks outside of combat.
This is every action hero at the end of the movie. This is John McClane with 3 injuries. His endurance is down to 2, right? And he's going into every fight with 3 or 4 resolve points, and he's a complete badass. This is your 80s action hero movie thing.
But Tundis, you ask, doesn't that mean people will be intentionally carrying around their injuries and not treating them, so that they can gain this extra resource? Well, no, because if you're carrying around injuries, you're flirting with death. If you have 3 and you would gain a 4th, you die instead. So there's a hard limit of tracking 3 injuries at a time. And,
John, our good buddy John, says, John, by the way, is going to be coming on hopefully this month, February. We're going to talk about Fate again. So really excited about that. John says, I don't know what this is, but I heard base building. If it's done well, I'm sold. I'm trying to play The Sims. I've never seen it done well though, so I remain skeptical. It is crazy. I don't know what RPG it is, but I'm convinced that someone could make basically Stardew Valley the RPG, and it would do really well. Where like it's not, there's no real combat. Maybe there's the mines and you go and you fight, whatever in the mines. But for the most part, it is just about like base building and fishing mini games. And you're like, oh, wow, look at that. Chapter 7, fishing, chapter 8. And you're like, and it's not just like, oh, make a skill check, go fishing. It's like a whole dedicated fishing mini game. You're like, oh, dude, I'm car opt for fishing like you wouldn't believe. I've got improved tackle box mastery, and that
would be amazing. You're filling up like a museum or
Iron Valley.
Like
I've heard, Sparkling Water. I've heard someone mention Iron Valley. I may have to go check that out. I've never actually played Stardew Valley, but my roommate, my ex-girlfriend, she plays all the time, and I've watched her play, and it's a charming game. I'll say that. But anyways, is that a new alternative play mode for Trespasser? John says I'd take to it like a fish to water. So I think that this is an incredibly well-designed combat system, and it solves a lot of the problems I have with 4th edition combat systems. I think I've talked about before about resource gaining. Now, my radical take is that I think it'd be cool for each of like the power sources to gain those resources in a different way, so that like the fighter, like the martial characters gain focus one type of way, but maybe in a different set of characters gain it in a very different way, to kind of make it feel a little bit different. But this is, and obviously that's more complicated. But this is great. I mean, this is fantastic. It solves the Alpha Strike problem, the Nova problem, the endurance tying into the fact that the combat resources, you can start each fight at full hit points, but still be gradually getting weaker in the context of the adventure, which is just so huge. And I think that's awesome. And then the best part is, as your character's getting weaker, paradoxically, you're kind of also getting stronger. But it's more dangerous. And that makes it pushing your luck.
Yeah, it kind of like winds its way to that victories thing from Draw Steel or whatever.
Yeah.
Where it's powering up.
The victories.
Yeah, it finds its way there in kind of this obfuscated, hidden path.
All right.
Yeah.
So we're going to spend our last 20 minutes or so going through Chapter 9, The Haven.
We're going to talk about
I'm skipping ahead.
Cool.
People
right,
want to talk about it. We'll talk about it. If we need to spend more time on it, but I'm gonna set a theoretical hard limit here at 10:30. So the Haven, it's the largest of the 4 frames of play. Each round in the Haven is a week, and during that time, events will continue unfolding in the larger world. Not to quote Gary Gygax, but time tracking is of utmost important in a Maloo. If you don't have, if there's nothing that's happening because the characters are spending a month in their Haven, there's a problem, right? That's kind of what it comes down to. Like, there has to be consequences. Or if there are no consequences, it's because the players earned that right? If the players went and stopped the orc threat and drove them out of their holes and the necromancer was put to the sword, yeah, you've earned your month, vacation, right? Like, you don't have to worry about it. But if the shit's on fire and you go back to town, it's not going to get better, right? It's probably going to get worse. But new threats may develop, existing ones draw near, fleeting windows of opportunity may open or close, but it does come at a cost. Very good. So when you go back to town, you spend a week there, you actually get full recovery. Your endurance gets fully restored. Yep. You get all your dice backs, all your hit points, all your focus costs reset to 0. Your injury clocks, one of your injury clocks advances by 1, meaning it's that much closer to healing, and your armor dice are repaired. You don't have to track rations while staying in the Haven. You're assumed to have basic necessities. You're assumed to get your night's rest and sleep. All right. So this is the Haven sheet. and somehow this is more complicated than the player character.
Yeah, but there's only one of them.
Okay, because there is a back page too.
Oh, there is a back page, actually. Yeah, that's a good point. But
all right, I got to add, like, where did this come from?
Derek, you haven't looked at this chapter at all yet? Oh, okay. Cool. Yeah, it's a character sheet. Look, your Haven has skills. It has attributes.
So it's like, is it like a fate fractal where it basically works like a player character, basically?
When used in the when you need to find out something about the Haven, you can make a check for it. Like, hey, I wonder if we have an apothecary who can tell us more about the plague in the region, right? Then you can have the Stronghold make a hospitality check to see if such a person exists, or an expertise check, right?
So to be clear, the player characters got nuked out of 6 ability scores, but not the Havens.
The Haven needed,
because that's clearly strength, and that's clearly dex, and that's clearly con, and that's clearly int, and that's clearly wisdom, and that's clearly charisma.
Isn't it kind of great how it maps on? Like, I think it's kind of great. But
okay, so
yeah, that's why I put them in that order.
Yeah,
yeah,
absolutely. Rely on resonance. I'm here for it. Okay, so we've got up here, we've got a name, we've got who leads it, we've got a location, and to be clear, right? Initially, a Haven might not be like owned by the PCs, right? That's something that comes later as they sort of establish a stronghold, right? Like, this is just their safe place that they're sort of choosing to make their home base, right?
Yeah, it's a base camp. It's like Firelink Shrine in Dark Souls. I don't think you've played that, but it's just like, it's a ruin or some, cave, abandoned mine, whatever, where people hang out and can live safely. And as the weeks pass, random arrivals will show up and start contributing to the community. And you'll also get to build buildings,
and we could see here, you can, there's like slots to be building 4 buildings at once, and the clocks probably finish up. And when they do, you add that finished building to your finished building list, I'm assuming. And we could see here that your limit of number of buildings and how many buildings you could be building at once, and the overall skill bonus of your town, if you will, your Haven, is based off of how many people are there. So as
Your population rank, which is an abstraction, it's not the literal number of people. Depending on the population density of your campaign setting, right? You could be building a whole city or be building like a tiny village. Or it could go through all the stages.
And we've got a section for events. We've got a section for other projects, which are probably things that aren't necessarily buildings. This is very Forged in the Dark for sure. I agree, Ben, which for me is not a bad thing. I like this type of stuff.
It's research, it's crafting. That's what goes in other taming a monster.
Have you ever played A Quiet Year?
No, I haven't.
Well, in Quiet Year, you're like a community, and then during your turn, you can start a project, and then like you put a dice on the map. It's a map drawing game, and you draw a little map, and then you put a dice on the map, and that is how many weeks it's going to take, and each turn you tick it down one.
That sounds great.
Okay, and then on the back, we've got all of the treasure that we've managed to stash at our haven, along with a count of how many alchemists, artisan, beast tamers, blacksmiths, cooks, engineers, harbinger, healers, harvesters, and what I'm assuming is their weekly, monthly,
their weekly costs. Yeah.
Okay, so we have some fucking upkeep.
I work
sorcery and spreadsheets. Yes. Salaries and spreadsheets. It's what we're here for. Space mortgages are back.
When the trespassers bring back their giant wagon of treasure, right, it all gets dumped into current wealth, and then every week the weekly expenses get removed from it. This is just a handy sheet to organize who you have under your, and
here's our
hired. And obviously, there are basic ones. I think some are left off the list, unfortunately, but there are basic ones that you can get right from the beginning, like a worker who can just be, your torchbearer you can bring along on expeditions with you. Your wagoner you can get early on, who is just, a person with a wagon. And then later, by building buildings, you build the forge, you can start hiring a blacksmith. You build a kitchen, you can start hiring a cook. And they all do something. They either make a resource or they turn a resource into something. So you can easily organize them into production chains that will turn your haven into an engine that makes potions for you. Every time you come back, you've got new alchemical items ready to go. It actively converts all your hard-earned wealth into stuff that's going to be useful for the
Finally, I can play Agricola or Caverna, the RPG, which is what I've always wanted to do. Right. You're preaching to the choir here. I love building economic engines in board games. No, I mean again, like you said before, if this stuff matters and it's actually useful, then it feels amazing to be able to do this. Take your point. Take your pick, Lollipop. It could be Minecraft. It could be any of those things. Even World of Warcraft had that in their one expansion where you had your base and it would kind of.
Well. Hirelings are just a small part of the Haven experience or whatever. So we should keep going. You'll also see 6 slots for Strongholds, right? Because around mid-level, around level 5, players get the access to be able to build a stronghold, which is something like a war camp, a keep, wizard's tower. It's not bound to class, so like the warrior could build an arcane tower if you wanted to start going into that. And it has its own arrivals table because people will start showing up for that thing, right? Like the person who builds the estate will begin catering to like courtly guests or whatever.
So here's a description of the attributes, which again we kind of covered this as well. I love the idea, right, of the starting base attributes kind of, depend on the style of it, right? Like you said, a ruined town might start with efficiency 2, but resources 0 because its farmlands have been plundered. Or you could have like a really underdeveloped piece of verdant land that has no efficiency, but is abundant with resources. So it's a fun way to sort of characterize and differentiate those.
And those all get, there is a judge section at the end of this chapter that just has all the secret stuff, and it has suggestions about the base attributes. It has the arrival tables, and it's got, Haven events tables.
And then here are all of our skills. There are 14 skills, and again, these indicate basically a Haven gains new skills by building new features, which is very cool, right? So you're like, hey, we want this skill. We want our Haven to have this skill. Cool, we need to build this building, or we need to make this building happen, which means we need the resources to build this building, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, which is very cool. So, upon returning to the Haven, the party disbands so that each character can attend to their own plans and pursuits. Each character can take 1 Haven action per week from this list. At the end of the week, the players and the judge resolve Haven upkeep, space mortgage.
Yes.
Then, if the party decide to spend another week, they get another set of Haven actions. Most Haven actions involve making a skill check, and the target number is always 10. Many buildings unlock additional actions that characters can take at the Haven. So this is basically what we're trying to do with Dragontide, which is our Dragonbane mega game that we're playing on KLC Discord, is that we're going to have a community town action where you can take actions to gather and generate resources. And we've already sketched out that, but the idea is that the city can, the community can build better actions, better, more effective, more efficient actions. But yeah, look at this. You can alchemize. You can attempt to alchemize a useful item from the reagents you have gathered on your journey. Spend 2 ingredients and make a simple intellect alchemy check. Simple meaning no shadows, no sparks. On a success, you create a lesser mixture of your choice. On a failure, you make a random lesser mixture instead. That's awesome.
I gotta have a little bit of that OSR random table stuff.
Number one, I agree with John. Alchemize is a great word. I don't know if it's a real word, but it is now. It's awesome. The second is I love the success and failure condition here. Look, you're using a week. You're going to get something. Maybe it's random. Yeah. If you fail, it's random. The fighter goes in and he's like, I'm going to make a healing potion. And he comes out and he's like, I made a potion of spider climb. You know, like
I made a bomb spider climb that gives spider climb to everybody who blows up.
That reminds me of one of our favorite items from 3rd edition. I used to roll randomly for all the items, and I generated a wand of lightning bolts. And I generated you rolled D100 divided by 2. That's how many charges it had. And it had like 38 charges. But then I rolled on the table to see if it was cursed, and it was cursed. And the curse effect was it has the opposite effect. So it became a wand of lightning healing. And so it would create an AoE lightning bolt, but that healed. And so like the party would set up to just get blasted by the lightning bolt. Anyways.
I mean, that's sick. And there's moves like that in Trespasser, right? In the Storm's Deed, right? You can defibrillate people with your lightning magic, basically. You could give them a recovery by shocking them. It shocks everybody around them, hurting them, but it heals the subject. So, yeah, but these are just, and importantly here, there's also the retrain action.
Yep.
Right? So, you can spend time to change a choice that you made with your build, to switch a deed, to change a talent.
But it's not a meaningless, it's not costing you anything, but it is costing you something, right? It's costing you that Haven action. Right. If you're retraining, you're not alchemizing, you're not building, you're not convalescing, right? And so I think that's really, really cool.
Convalesce, you can focus on your injury, take a check to try and heal faster. You can help other people, you can tame beasts.
Yeah, very cool stuff.
And this is just the basic set, right? This is what you get by default. Right. Almost every building lets you do something new or improves upon these. And we'll get to the buildings that are further down.
I know. I said it was the longest chapter in the book. All right. Again, we maybe won't cover everything, but we can cover the gist of it. So here's an example. Like if you hire hirelings produce ingredients and materials can hand off those resources to other materials. So for example, an herbalist can provide materials for an alchemist who can then create a lesser alchemical mixture. So if you have 2 herbalists and an alchemist, you generate enough reagents per week to make 1 lesser alchemist mixture. Is that how I'm reading that?
Yeah. The herbalist gets you the 2 ingredients you need, and the alchemist makes it into a mixture. And that all happens in the space of a week, and it tells you the total cost. So you can just write down that production chain, and now your Haven is spending 250 a week to make a thing.
It wouldn't make sense for us to hire another alchemist yet because we don't have the reagents to do that, unless we come and bring in, I don't know, a ton from adventuring or something. I love it.
Your tools are going to break. Your weapons and stuff are going to break until you find magic ones. So having somebody churning out weapons and armor can be a good thing. Having somebody making lock picks every week can be a good thing.
Absolutely. And then hirelings. We've got hirelings. Are all the hirelings that we can have: alchemists, beast tamers, officers, researchers, spellsmiths, spies. Fantastic. All right, here are our buildings. We've got arenas, crypts, farms, gardens, training halls, kitchens, inns, adventurers guilds, mines, shrines, spy rings, stables, workshops, war rooms. Sheesh. And you can upgrade buildings. Some buildings can be upgraded to a new form.
Only like 2 of them. It's
well, it'll be more.
Yeah. They should have just been additional buildings, you know. But, yeah.
So for example, if we get,
let's look at the
crypt. All right, so here we go. So the crypt, it's an 8 clock to build, is how I'm reading this. And black steps descend into the undercroft. When we build this, we get +1 to our town's allegiance stat. Right? Because your people are buried here. You will not flee. This is your land, right? But it gives you a new action that you can take. Lay to rest. You spend the week interring a recently deceased character, memorializing their sacrifice within the crypts. The character must be a player character or a named member or ally of the Haven. You gain 2 points of resolve, and each other character may attend the burial to gain 1 point of resolve. That's great.
So this is like a rare thing, right? People aren't going to die every day. You can't always take this action, but when you do, it's powerful. And we always like those scenes where we memorialize like the NPC who heroically died.
Yes. Todd the torchbearer. Oh, my heart. He gained some.
Exactly.
All right, we got to get another torchbearer. Make sure they take the lead so that we can metagame the crypt. Oh no, not Steve the torchbearer. Woe be unto our NPC allies. How much I hurt. John says my family owns a funeral home. I'm so down for funeral director simulator. But yeah, look, you can you gain all sorts of cool new actions and cool new abilities, and they affect. You get new skills for your Haven. You get you basically buff its stats. GM Scott wants to know: are there microtransactions available so that you can build the buildings faster?
Yes, there are. Yeah.
If you send him $5.95, he'll be like, "Oh, you get 3 free segments on a clock." Anyways,
I'm actually going to be unveiling our neat new subscription model later this year, Trespasser Beyond, which is going to have a lot of great and exclusive options.
That's right. So yeah, I mean, they all do something,
right? None of these are the Moat and Bailey that you build for 75,000 gold pieces and just forget about it. They, some of them, for example, like the building a farm, improves the quality of the food when you
I saw that.
Right? So you can make the decision, do we want to like build our farm and kitchen first, right? And take longer expeditions, right? And all that food is a better value, it's going to last us a couple more days. Or do we want to go hard into weaponsmithing and start like enchanting weapons as fast as we can?
Now, to be fair, be clear, this is very gamey in that respect. Right. I mean, it's obviously tied to the fiction, which is great. But, it's like, I think what people wanted Kingmaker to be, right? Which is like, you're building buildings that are going to help you mechanically in the game. You're not just building a farm and it's like, oh, it's cool to look at, I guess, like you're doing it because you're like, I want D6 rations instead of D4 rations, right? I want rations that are going to last us a couple of times instead of having a 50-50 shot of being consumed the first time I use them. If we have more rations, it means we can take more rests. It means we can, you know what I mean? So,
but this is downtime stuff. And I mean downtime for the players, right? You can do this between sessions. You don't need everybody sitting at the table at rapt attention here, right? You can do it after the session. You can do it a little bit before. You can do, it's not supposed to be the thing that dominates the majority of your time at the table playing this game. It's something to fill in the cracks, to happen in between the expeditions, which are.
So we have a massive section here on alchemical mixtures.
Oh, it's 2 pages.
I guess it is. All right, there's bombs, oils, potions, powders. Bombs can be thrown, oils can be applied, potions can be drank, and powders can be scattered. Yeah. And we've got all sorts of stuff that they could do. They can buff, they can heal, they can recover. Wow, recovery 4 is pretty decent.
Oh yeah, but it uses your
right.
recovery dice.
But being able to use 4 recovery dice in one go is pretty nice. I mean, plus I'm going to get those all back when I sleep for the night, right? Wink, wink.
Right.
All right, poison.
Yeah, you can let the healing effects be pretty powerful.
Absolutely.
In this game
because
very
cool. And strongholds.
Keep going, and there's strongholds, and strongholds offer a bunch of.
Okay, so you have to be 5th level. So this is like not the end game, but like you're halfway through the game. You've have a haven. You've built some farms and taverns. Now it's time to like kind of start building the keep, building the wizard's tower. You can start by building it by taking the plan feature haven action. Building a stronghold is a special project. It's not occupy one of the haven slots. Instead, it dedicates one of the dedicated slots for strongholds. All strongholds have a progress clock of 10. Once you plan a stronghold, a number of servants or loyal supporters will aid in its construction. Some strongholds grant a new haven action. Only the owner of the stronghold can provide it. In addition, your stronghold will attract unique followers every once in a while. These servants and companions will obey you, more or less, and will lend their time to maintain. So this is classic D&D. You get to high level, the followers show up. They want to serve you. Hey, now we know where dungeons come from.
Oh yeah. One of the strongholds you can build is a dungeon, and it's a ritual site, right? You can use it to do the dark arts to greater effect.
Never mind our wizard and his army of homunculi and his dark dungeon where he's, performing unnatural rites. Pay no attention to that. Look at our farms.
Yeah. Well, you have to do the evil stuff in the dungeon because you don't want random people wandering in and getting.
So here's our estate. Yeah. So again, these are basically like prestige buildings, right? I mean, this is like
Yeah. And almost all of them give you your skill bonus to your endurance. So once you build one, you get better rest. You can take longer expeditions. So it's kind of a capstone to it expands the maximum distance the party can go. In the world.
Very cool. Yeah. There's our keep. Yeah. The refuge. That's our like druidic outskirt.
Yeah. Yeah, the refuge is really sweet because you can open a door to it.
Yes. Though the refuge has a true location near the haven, you can find a magical pathway to it in almost any similar environment, performing a short magical cindery to twist a nearby stone or wood into a new entrance. It costs 2 endurance and cannot be done under duress. That's pretty sweet. That's cool. Walk into a glade of trees and the boughs bend over and form an archway and you're able to teleport back to your thing. That's cool. Like that's fun. That's fantasy. That's magic. I love it. And here's our temple when we need our church. The tower. The wizard's tower. 2d6 precocious apprentices. Love it.
Yep.
A magician can recite an incantation over several minutes to instantly teleport to their tower, taking with them each willing creature within 10 feet. So there's our port home, our recall by Hearthstone ability. And then War Camp. Get 2d10 surly maraud. I like the adjectives. The surly marauders. The precocious apprentices. Oh, there's a warfare section.
Oh yeah, it's short. It's a short system, but it plays into this sub theme that this game has of guessing games, like the Shadow Warning. Essentially, what happens here is each side plans a strategy each day, and then they're revealed at the same time. So the judge plans one for the enemies, the party plans one for themselves. Then they're revealed and executed at the same time, and the party can only choose one engagement to influence. So they can go and have that. The other one, the stronghold, makes a check for it, right? It's their forces have to do that battle.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I see it here. Okay, victory and defeat clock segments. Yeah, you've got. I mean, there's a lot here. Now I don't want to. Yeah,
it's all modular.
You can totally skip all this and just and just focus on cool powers and tactical fighting. And we skipped the dungeon exploration chapter, but in the dungeon exploration chapter, right, people have distinct you have 3 actions that you can take each dungeon turn, which is 30 minutes. And same thing with your traveling. And you can kind of like in a Forbidden Lands does this, where like you have someone who's like the guide and somebody who's like the whatever, the quartermaster or whatever. So, it's suffice to say that you really have designed 4 pillars of play, right? There's the combat encounter, there's the dungeon exploration, there's the travel, and then there's this haven system. But all 4 of them actually are fairly well mechanically supported, like to a fairly high degree. And there's fun, interesting decisions to make, fun game decisions to make, fictional decisions too. But fundamentally there is a game there, and that means that there's decisions to make and player agency to be considered and strategy and tactics to be taken into account of. And I think that's something that kind of resounds throughout this. So we're gonna.
Ooh,
almost
to 11.
I went to the.
We going all the way?
We'll probably end up going to 11, but again, we didn't cover all the chapters. We covered 1, 2, 3, and kind of skimmed through 9. We didn't get to the classes. Oh, I'm sorry, the callings. We didn't get to magic, and we didn't get to. Don't tell me. Oh, damn it. The flame,
enemies?
the shadow, the bolts. I don't remember.
What are you talking
I'm talking about crafts.
Crafts. Yeah. Which may not be the best name either. Well, there's a lot of terminology that might need to be tweaked.
Also, because we do, people are, you know what? I'm curious myself. We're going to hop wreck real quick. I just want to see what a monster stat profile looks like.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, we got archers, aka artillery. We've got harriers, aka skirmishers. We've got enchanters, aka leaders, I guess, right? Bosses, or maybe more controllers. Hellion.
If you the page before this
here we go. They are aggressive, threatening melee enemies with high speed and accuracy, but low defense. Okay, so these are kind of like our glass cannon skirmishers. Stalkers are our lurkers. Guardians are our soldiers. Enforcers are probably like our brutes. And sorcerers are like our AoE DPS or something like that. And we have
you got your stat block by level right here, so you can quickly make a monster.
We have underlings, paragons, tyrants, and these are templates that could be applied to a standard monster to make it into a minion, an elite, and a solo.
I know that it's not as clear as troops, bands, and platoons,
right?
And hordes.
Hey! There's a horde of ghouls. You're like, oh shit, how many are there? Well, just one.
Right. Yeah.
It's a horde monster type. That was terrible. You can definitely see the 4E embracement here. But here we go. Here is a Fray Feather Harpy. So it is a level 2 Harrier. These are, again, remember, the dice rolls are all player facing. So its accuracy is a DC because the players are going to have to make a guard check, right? To defend against its accuracy. And to that end. It's flying, which means it moves via jump movement. And when missed by an attack, it gets a special ability to react and can jump 3. Now, it can make a B, which I'm assuming is basic.
Oh, sorry. That should be an L for light. But,
all right.
Just a typo.
So it can...
And actually, we didn't even talk about how enemies use their heavies and mighty deeds, because they don't have focus.
I was going to say, well, this is cool, but tracking focus for these enemies is probably a pain in the ass. But you're telling me we don't even have to do that?
Right. No, there's a better way.
We'll have to save it for next time. Or if you want to know more about how these enemies work, go buy the PDF. Link. No. Link in the description below. Go give this guy $15. Go give this guy, $5 and buy it.
Whatever you want to say.
But by that he means 15. Okay. Because honestly, I'm sure there'll be updates to it, but the game, it's 260 pages. It's finished. You know what I mean? Like, there's going to be some tweaks, I'm sure, but plus if you buy it and then you join Knights of the Last Call, you can just go yell at him and say, these are all the things you did wrong. And you have your own Discord.
And yeah, I do. Yeah. And you should join. It's a great community with a lot of cool ideas about this game, and they're constant inspiration to me as I continue to design it. But essentially what happens is at the time, each player makes their initiative check at the start of the round. The judge makes a peril roll, which will either result in low peril, medium peril, or high peril for the round. And it telegraphs how aggressive the enemies are going to be this round. Yeah, and that tells you how many heavies and how many mighties you can use for the enemy group. Yeah.
So yeah, what I'll do is, yeah, if you send a link to chat, it'll probably get auto-modded. But if you send me a link, Tundis, I'll put a link to your Discord in the doobly-doo of this thing. So yeah,
sure.
so here we can see here, right? So assuming that the threat is heavier, we've got this rending swoop. They can jump 6. So start, very clear 4th edition style mechanics here, right? There's no, wonky. I mean, there. Am I saying that I would hate like a line of italicized flavor text? No, but like it's very clear. The first thing that you're going to do is you're going to jump 6. The target is going to be a creature that you jump through. Then it's going to deal 7 damage. You could roll 2d6, but we don't care about that. It's just going to deal 7 damage.
Yeah, I give you both as an option. You can speed things up. There's still going to be damage variance because of sparks and shadows.
And then the player is going to make a guard check against this creature's melee attack value, which is that how I'm reading it?
Yeah, it's a melee attack versus guard, which means all its targets need to make guard checks.
And then, in this case, 1. And then they'll take 7 damage regardless. But if you fail that guard check, you're also going to pick up bleeding 4, which means you're going to be taking 4 points of bleeding damage, I assume, every round.
No, bleeding is on movement.
Okay, great. What is that?
Yeah. So they're a Harrier type enemy, right? If you're bleeding, you can't catch up to them.
So that's a cool way to make bleeding feel different than fire, to make it feel different than that. That's cool. I like that. Wow, I like that a lot.
Yeah. And if you push somebody, they take their bleeding damage, right? It's
so it's not like that whole thing where it's like, but for some odd reason, force movement, it makes it immune to anything that would actually bad happen to you. So,
right. No, you're encouraged to like make a party composition and think about tactically how your
Casey wants to know, can the judge trade down if the peril is, say, high and they want to use, let's say, the light or medium peril ability?
I guess you could do that, but that would be fudging.
So you expect the judge to play it to the hilt?
Which is, yeah. I mean, remember, most of the time, the party can retreat if things get too dicey. You can let these encounters be really dangerous.
Yeah, it's a great safety release valve, right? You don't have to worry as much about the balance, because if things are nasty, they can make a check and run away. I guess the only thing you couldn't really run away from is like something that's like really quick and fast.
Yeah, I mean, if something has a really high initiative score, like those, like those harpies, because they're Harriers, then you're gonna have a hard time outrunning them. Also I just noticed that I'm getting redder and redder as the stream goes on. I'm not running out of air. That is just my computer's nighttime mode kicking in. So it's removed the blue hues from everything. But I'm not angry.
But getting back to what we talked about before, let's say there's a fight and it's not going well and we're gonna have to retreat, but there's one Harrier with high initiative that's keeping us locked in. We go, look, let's kill that one. So that way the group initiative check becomes DC 12 or something. And then
now there's only the ogre left.
And we can outrun the ogre. And that's like a partial victory, right? Where you're like, we still had to like work for our retreat. So I think that's really cool.
Right.
So there's a lot that's going on in this game. Far more than most indie games. And I'm here for it. I think it's great.
Oh, apparently the audio's out of sync.
Yeah, we're almost done with the stream anyway. I guess it's.
Oh, you want to look at one more enemy? You want to look at, or you want to call it
one more enemy?
Yeah, because you want to look at a high-level enemy, like a solo fight.
What do we want to look at?
Yeah. Look at the Pond Lord.
The Pawn?
Like pond, like a lake.
Oh, Pond Lord. I thought you said like pond, like I needed money and I pawned this.
No, it's under frog. Yeah.
Of course it is.
Should have said that. Yeah.
Because that's the first thing I thought of. But then it is the Pond Lord. So, all right, here we go.
Yeah.
Getting to the Fs.
So I just started designing tyrants, the solo enemies, but this is kind of like the proof of concept.
All right, so we've got a Pond Lord, which is TR 200
Yep.
220 hit points. Ouch.
Yep. Yeah, a tyrant has 4 times a normal creature of its level, and it's meant for a party of 4.
So just like a solo.
Of that level. Yeah. Just like
This is a sorcerer tyrant 5. So the Pond Lord is a quote unquote appropriate challenge for a level 5 party. Is that the way I'd read it? It takes up a 4x4 area and it counts as a wall for line of sight. That's nice. And it resists force movement completely. Tyrant Deeds. When this creature is reduced to half its hit points, we didn't just use bloodied. It uses.
Why add more terminology? But you're right. It should be bloodied.
It uses one of its tyrant deeds as an immediate reaction.
Don't give me grief about my economy of words, because I've remade 4E and managed to turn all the paragraphs down into tiny 2-word sentences. Push 2, confer topple. I've prioritized.
But then it has its like double bloodied, right? It's got its crisis, and then it gets to do the other one. So its basic ability is jump 6. So remember, this is start. So it's going to jump 6. Then it's going to AoE 1 square, because that's a close spread 1. So remember, this thing's 4x4. So you're hitting a roughly 5x5 area, but it's like a box, not a filled in box. Anyways, it deals 9 damage. And then remember, because the PCs are rolling their guard, if they roll low and get a shadow, they're also going to get pushed back 2 and knocked to the ground, toppled. So that's its basic ability. So its basic ability is rivet, jump down, land, knock people over, do some damage. Cool. However, as we gain peril, it can also do a gobbling tongue attack, which has a range of 10 out to 1 target. It deals 9 damage and pulls them in 6 squares. And then, if it hits them, it confers swallowed 6 to them. The affected creature is removed from the map. The only action it could take on its turn is 1 to escape, checking mighty or agility versus 16. And every time they fail, they take a d8 points of damage. If they succeed, they are expelled to a random adjacent square, toppled. I assume in order to be able to do the hit, you have to be within melee range after being pulled.
Or
no? I don't know.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, does it specify? Yeah, I mean the base effect, right? It is rage 10, so it could pull you. I'd say it happens. You follow the line, right? This is why I know.
Because I was just thinking like it pulls you in 6. And then if you're adjacent, But anyways, Vile Globs makes this attack 3 times.
So it's not doing particularly more damage than anything else. It's just spreading it between multiple,
which is
targets.
way cooler. I mean, one of the big problems with boss monsters in like PF2 is that they have to do so much damage in order to be a threat, and that means that against any one person, it's like overpowering. It's overwhelming. But not only does this do damage to up to 3 people, it makes this attack 3 times. It can spread it all over the place. But then it also creates this slippery terrain around each of them because it's like, gross frog mucus. And then if it hits them, they also take. So the key thing here is this thing is almost always doing damage. Not a lot, but it's always adding up. The hits are for these additional effects. And then it has its 2 tyrant abilities, which if I'm reading this correctly, it can only do when it becomes 50% and 25%. Is that right? It does the one.
Yeah.
So
that's right.
It summons its court, which is close spread 6. Create a courtly croaker next to each target. They take their first, so it summons in its minions.
Yeah.
And then it also has a lordly leap, the big leap, where it jumps 12, and then it's a spread of 2 squares out from it, dealing a bunch of damage, creating a barriers, and then still knocking people down, and potentially doing even more damage. Very cool. Right. And here's the cool part.
Yeah.
It's that big. You know what I mean? This is a creature that's designed to fight an entire party, and it takes up, half the page, with some fair margins in it,
Yeah. And I think that's all you need to have an interesting fight in this game.
And when I look at the courtly croaker, right? Very simple. 2 abilities, enough to, make it interesting and you're doing something, but not like crazy over the top 7 abilities. And this game, even though this creature doesn't say, it's going to feel like a phased MMO fight. You're fighting the Frog Lord, it's jumping around and grabbing people and spitting, and then you get it to 50% hit points, and then suddenly it becomes about fighting the ads, and then you're trying to burn down the courtly croakers while these things are going and doing their stuff, and they're setting you up to be unguarded. And then you finally clear them up, and then boom, the guy lands this big leap, and maybe that takes some people out because that finally did enough damage and it pushes everybody down. And like that's going to be a cool. Plus, by this point in time, there's going to be all these zones of slippery terrain. It's going to keep building up and building up. It's going to be a cool moment. I think it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
So, Foundry VTT when?
Somebody's working on Foundry.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah, there is a great member of the community who is working on Foundry support right now. I think we'll have something out in the next 1 to 2 weeks at the very least, like elemental stuff like character sheets and just, auto-filling like functions or whatever that work. I'm not a tech person, but yeah, so that's
Cool.
in progress. Somebody for the last version made tabletop simulator support for the game, but that's an older version. So
Cyborg Ninja Jesus asks, I was wondering, the way it's set up without many opposed roles, the sandbox campaign, and the judge being more of an enabler than a storyteller, are there any plans for a GM-less or co-op version?
I think that is an incredibly cool idea and something I think about a lot. I have no idea how to write a GM-less or solo game. I've never designed one before, and I've never played one before either. So I'd have to take some time learning, learning that medium before I started exploring it in Trespasser. But I think it's awesome, and somebody should do it right now if they think they can do it.
Well, fantastic. Yeah. Well, this was a long ride. Thank you for hanging out. So.
If we do more, I'm glad we tried the 4 hour. If we do more, could we keep it to like 2 hour?
You thought I was joking, okay? You said
no. I thought I was up for it. I've worked in retail before. I've stood on my feet all day.
This is your first live stream, and it's a 4-hour one. So you went all you.
My voice is tired. My butt hurts.
That
was the longest 4 hours of my life, but it was also really fun.
He's new to this. I'm a high level streamer at this point. But I think before we end the stream, I think Self-Confessed Cynic has the great.
That's right, Self-Confessed Cynic. I am weak.
Has the best question, which is, so what's next for Trespasser? Where do you go from here? Are you still working on it? Still want to develop it? More playtesting?
I am taking a little break. The release was just over a week ago. But I'm not going to be down for the count very long. The Patreon is going to be launched in 2 weeks, I think.
Awesome.
And that is going to herald the start of my big content push for this game. I have avoided, there are about 100 monsters in the rule book right now. There are there's one first day dungeon that I made just as an introductory dungeon that is for free with the game, but there's not very much content overall. And so, I've been holding off on making it because I've been trying to finalize the rule set. I didn't want to have to undo all my work.
Are you Are you thinking a future Kickstarter or backer kit?
Yes, that's the ultimate goal, is a print run, which hopefully will happen by the end of the year. I don't know if I can get it together that fast.
We got a tip from GM Scott
for a butt pillow for Tundis.
$10 for Tundis for a butt pillow for his next stream. Thank you, GM Scott. I'm sorry. So GM Scott, thank you so much for that, and we'll be sure to get a butt pillow out to Tundis. But you were saying Kickstarter maybe, or working towards that.
Yeah, the ultimate goal is I do want to have a print copy of this game. Yeah, and I want to do that through crowdfunding, probably Kickstarter. And there just needs to be a lot more content before that. So now, then this next year will all be about making more dungeons for me, clarifying and fixing the parts of the rules that need to be fixed. But this is mainly its final form. And and making more monsters, lots of monsters. I want all the classics to be represented.
Amen.
So you can easily just like take a D&D adventure, or for any other game and be like, I'll just use the vampire.
Didn't they release all the
vampires,
monsters now into like Creative Commons or something? Right? Didn't they do that? I don't
know. Maybe many of them. But I want people to be able to do conversions really easily, is what I'm saying.
Thank you very much for hanging out with us. Thank you for talking about the game. And for those of you who are expecting anything less from us, of course not. We got into, we talked about shadows and sparks for like an hour. But and here's the thing: I cannot stress this enough. As cool as these boss monsters are, and they are, and as cool as the powers are, and all that other stuff, I really think that it is those other elements of the game that really kind of caught my attention, because I have not seen stuff like that before, and that is something that I think is sorely missing in this industry, which is the gamification of the fiction. And I'm a big fan. You said something which is very resonant with me. It's one of the reasons I've really been enjoying games like Oath and Arcs, is I like games that then tell stories, right? And it's that proceduralism of the game that leads to the story. And the story kind of emerges from the playing of the game. Just playing and interacting with it leads to these stories. And I think that's the shadows and the sparks is such a cool way of doing that. And being like, yeah, I'm gonna describe, I'm gonna ask questions, I'm gonna peer deeper, I'm gonna think about this in character, but not because it's fun to role play. I'm doing it because this is how I get ahead in the game, and I think that that's cool when you can make the interesting thing, the fun thing, the correct thing, right, the smart thing. That's a win-win for everybody.
Cool. Yeah. I mean, all I want for this project is that I'd like it to show, I don't know. I want to break down the false dichotomy that you can't, that for the good role playing to happen, for the fun story to happen, there can't be so much procedure and structure to it. It needs to be freeform, and vice versa. That structure doesn't.
Right. It's the it's the Stormwind fallacy, right? Which is that that you can't have a strong, interesting mechanical character. That mechanics inhibit role playing, right? Which I don't, right. Yeah. GM Scott said, well, this is based on 4E, so you obviously can't role play, right? Which I went on a huge rant about in my 1.4E stream about, right? Which is just complete and utter nonsense. Awesome. Well, we'll probably have Tundis back on. We're going to let him enjoy his success. Tundis is also going to be in my one of my Torchbearer campaigns, which is really exciting.
So I'm excited for that. We got to finish.
Yes, and I'm excited to see how you bring all this dungeon expertise and bring it to the thing. GM Scott, he's in the Saturday group, so he will not be. He'll be one of your foes, GM Scott, because GM Scott is in the Sunday group. Boo. But anyways, we're gonna be on Thursday. If you watch this long, Thursday we're gonna be doing a midday stream. Because I have off the rest of the week, and we're going to do a Euro-friendly stream. And also, apparently, I'm going to be on Roll for Combat tomorrow. So I'll be here. And we also have a video that we did with the patrons describing more about Torchbearer and conflicts, which we've not really ever covered. And we did that video. We're going to be publishing that to the channel as well. That's like another 3-hour video. So all total, 4 today, probably 2.5 tomorrow, 2.5, 5, 9, plus the video. So it's like 12 hours of content from Night's Last Call just this week. Which is more than most channels put out in a year. Ding.
Yeah.
Good stuff. I have no idea what the Thursday stream is going to be, level 2 Janner. We could do the One Ring 2nd edition. I wouldn't be opposed to that. We'll see. Maybe we'll do a Euro only poll or whatever, a non-North American poll, and we'll let the patrons vote. So, all right, Tundis, any final shout outs, thoughts, thanks? Anybody you want to give some credit to? Yourself?
Yeah, well, I want to thank you. Thank you for, taking an interest in the project and having me on. It's been really fun to work on, and we have an awesome Discord community that you can find. If you go explore the game, which I know the link is going to be down there, you can just follow the link to the Discord.
Oh, okay. So there you go. So document. Yeah, definitely check out the PDF. And again, Tundis will tell you it's free if you need it to be. But honestly, we could, a latte is $5.99. You can at least afford $5.99. But support projects like this, and if you don't want to see everything just coming out of Wizards of the Coast or Paizo and these larger publishing purposes, this is how you have to do it. You have to show your support this way. So, well, thank you, Tundis, for being on here for the marathon stream, and thank you everybody for hanging out with us tonight. Big, huge shout out and thanks to incredible array of people: GM Scott, John Bonanza, Lollipop, Self-Confessed Cynic, KC Roberts, Dr. Metropolis, Trevco, Dr. Metropolis again, Self-Confessed Cynic again, and of course Ben with a massive tip showing his support for this and asking for more indie designers to be coming on so that we can kind of continue to explore these really interesting things. Because I talk about games, but I'm a coward and an idiot. And, you're smart, I'm stupid, you're good looking, I'm not attractive. You're a game designer, I'm just a talking head on the internet. So,
We're all waiting for you to make your game.
Listen, every time I read somebody else's game, I'm like, I can't do it. It would take me 45 years to just get like a monster made. There's a reason why I was banished from my own channel's publication of future documents and PDFs. Yeah, Beowulf wants me to make my Age of Save. Tundis, I'm an idea man. I'm not a delivery man. Anyways, but thank you so much, everybody. Thank you to our patrons. Thank you to Tundis, who is also a patron. And thank you to all of you. Like, comment, subscribe, and check out Trespasser. And we'll see you next time on Knights, A Last Call. Good night, everybody.
Bye. Thanks, everyone.